There, are we on? We're live, eh? Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. This is February 28th. It's a little after 10 after 6, a little before 10 after 6. We had a non-public session prior to this. Sorry for the delay. I know we asked everyone to be here at 6 o'clock.
A non-meeting.
What?
A non-meeting.
It was a non-meeting. Thank you. I was only there for 5 minutes, so.
Yeah.
Excuse me. So tonight is the third of our 3 nights of budget sessions, and it's been wonderfully fun. The first 2 nights were devoted primarily to meeting with our department heads and going over their individual budgets, and we're continuing that process tonight and having a further discussion. First on our agenda is social services presentations, and really we appreciate everyone being here. I know that's what the majority of folks are here for in our audience, and we're asked, I know nobody really, we're asked basically kind of keep it kind of brief. We've listed people for having 5 minutes. If you need more, that's certainly understandable. Yes. As you can see, we have a whole host of folks, and obviously we welcome all of you. And just looking, I don't have a particular order, so if it's all right with everyone, these were delivered. This packet was delivered to me in a seemingly random fashion. So may we just proceed with this relatively random fashion? I'll just ask that you folks come up. There's a microphone. We are televised. And I know there are people out in TV land listening, so that's why we have the microphone. So if you could come up, identify yourself, and then take it away. First on our list is West Central Behavioral Health. Good evening.
Oh. Welcome.
Do you have?
No.
You have no particular size, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Dana Mikalovic, and I'm the Director of Development and Community Relations for West Central Behavioral Health. And I've been in this job since last May, so still in the first year. First, thank you for your past funding in support of West Central. It's very much appreciated. And I was also told that you're somewhat familiar with our agency, so I don't want to tell you what you already know.
We do have a couple of new board members, so if you could give like a...
new board members?
Yeah.
Sure. So we are the Community Behavioral Health Agency for Southern Grafton and Sullivan County. There's 10 such agencies in New Hampshire. And we serve Hanover as part of that geographic area. Our patients are primarily people who have a mental health diagnosis. They come to us usually by referral, sometimes nursing homes, jails, or the hospital. School systems certainly send people. And we have numerous staff, psychiatrists, psychologists, licensed counselors, case managers, peer support employees, and so on. In Hanover, which I thought was kind of interesting, I did some research into specifically who we're serving in Hanover. We're serving 28 people last year, and it varies. It's going to change every year. It's not a constant. 2 of those people, both in their late 20s, so fairly young, are receiving ACT team services. So that's assertive community treatment. And they're folks who, without a daily or almost daily visit from us, would be not able to live at home independently. So we're handing them their medications, watching them take their medications on a daily basis, and also providing counseling and support. We have 9 outpatient adults, 9 youth, mostly teens. There were a couple that were younger, but mostly teens. And we had one client who has a service, it's critical transition services, and that's when people, say, are discharged from the hospital and they're at very high risk for being readmitted. They'll make a referral to West Central so that we can immediately put services into place and support that person and prevent readmission. We have a mobile crisis team and an RN who's made home visits for older adults. So interestingly, if I take out the mobile crisis and the nurse visits, which were basically one person getting one service, and I looked at all the others, we had 21 people who received 721 services during the year. So that's, each person's getting an average of 34 visits. So that gives you an idea, I think, of the scope, the depth of our work. Primarily, we're reimbursed through Medicaid, and as you know, that there's a gap with Medicaid. It does not meet the cost of providing care. Is there anything else I can tell you? Anything else that you want to know?
I think that's wonderful.
Incredible
Thank you.
work.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next in my, I think, relatively random packet here is Tri-County Community Action. Is there anyone? Do you guys have the same order? Or
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, I'm Jeannie Robillard. I am the CEO of Tri-County Community Action, and very pleased to be here tonight. Thank you for hosting this and giving us a chance to tell you what we do. So in Hanover, the services that Tri-County CAP provides includes energy assistance services, which is fuel assistance and electric assistance. That's probably our most accessed program here, and also our best known program as well. We also provide guardianship services for one individual, and guardianship is for individuals who might have a disability or are in some way incapacitated and cannot handle either their own medical care. They need someone to make decisions or help get them into a nursing home and take care of their estates, that sort of thing. Next, we do housing services, which is basically for your area, coordinated entry 211 calls. Folks can call us if they're having a housing emergency or crisis, and we hook them up with services that are in the area. We do have shelters, etc., but I see that no one from the Hanover area accessed that this past year. And finally, I think that's it, what you actually accessed. We also offer USDA food distribution services here through Hanover, and I believe that's it. You'll have to forgive me, I'm filling in tonight. Our CPO, Chief Programs Officer, usually does that, but she took a vacation. Imagine that. and left me with the pitch. So thank you for your patience as I go through this. I want to make sure that I haven't left out any services. So the total services that we provided are to 50 individuals for an aggregate value of $81,155.24 this past year, and we are asking for 23 and change on a page that's here somewhere.
$2 a head.
Okay, and I know we're asking for a donation. The way we do that with all of the communities that we serve is we do it by a formula. that's based on per capita, $2 per capita per town. We wanted to come up with something that was fair, equitable to everyone that we go to. However, we also understand and recognize that communities have the option to make their own decisions regarding the amount, but we ask everybody, and we ask them according to that formula to keep that equity in the picture. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
And we have your whole packet.
Okay.
So,
Thank you, actually, go ahead, Carrie.
so how long have you been in existence?
We have been in existence since May 18th, 1965.
Wow, okay. And it's Grafton, Coos, and Carroll?
And Carroll,
And
yes.
you're based in Berlin?
Well, our business office is
Okay.
based in Berlin, but we have offices all over the place. I think our closest, we do have an office in Lebanon at the moment. We also have an office in Woodsville that services lower Grafton County. We have offices in Littleton, we have offices in Tamworth, in Berlin, in Whitefield, in Lancaster, in Colebrook. We're all over, yes. So there are actually 48 access points where you can walk in and access all of our programs that we offer in that area. Does that help?
Yes, it does, thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
That's wonderful,
Jane.
thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, folks.
And while you're taking your seat, I forgot at the top of the hour to mention the whole purpose of this, of what we're doing with everybody in the room. And everybody in the room knows this, but the people in TV land in particular don't necessarily. The reason we are discussing these contributions to the social service agencies is because they are providing services for the citizens of Hanover, the residents of Hanover who would otherwise the town would be obliged to provide. And these wonderful services in front of us in this room are able to provide that at a much more professional level than we would, and I'm sure at a much more efficient level as well, monetarily. So, and everyone everyone on a yearly basis, as we've shown you these packets several times, has gone through this application process, and we do have a written policy with respect to what is eligible and what is not putting judgments on services, but what really fits with the policy that we have written. So thank you, everybody. Thank you. I forgot to mention that at the top of the hour. Next, we have the VNA, the Visiting Nurse and Hospice of Vermont and New Hampshire.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anthony Knox. I'm the Community Relations Manager for Visiting Nurse and Hospice for Vermont and New Hampshire. We provide in-home supports for individuals across Windsor, Windham, Orange County in Vermont, and then Grafton, Sullivan, and Cheshire counties in New Hampshire. We provide the in-home supports for individuals who otherwise wouldn't be able to get to outpatient physical therapy, outpatient occupational therapy, as well as be able to get skilled nursing in the home. So for our home health program, referrals are sent in and we go and provide that support in home to be able to get them back to a baseline, to be able to get back to seeing their primary care doctor, to do outpatient therapies and things like that. So that's a big part of the supports that we provide here in Hanover, as well as hospice care. So for all end-of-life care for individuals who have made the decision that they would rather be comfortable and be able to live the best life possible. We provide the end-of-life care through skilled nursing, home health aides, our chaplain services, and our social work services, all within the hospice program. In addition to that, we also have a long-term case management program that helps provide supports to individuals to be able to keep them in their homes as long as possible. And this is, there are some supports that that we're not able to provide, but we help coordinate with other social service agencies in the area for that individual, so that way they're able to stay at home as long as possible. and if we need to help them transition to some sort of a long-term care situation, then we help with that. And then finally, we provide a maternal child health program. So all of the adult services that we provide for individuals, we provide for individuals 21 years and younger. And this support includes a pediatric palliative care program for those children that may not reach the age of 21. But we also provide in-home supports for the child that may otherwise not be able, their parents maybe don't have the ability to get them to an appointment or to get that care that they need. Also specialized training for any sort of mechanical devices that may be needed to be used in the home for that individual. We're able to educate and train the parents and family to be able to provide that. As well as we participate in what's known as a Strong Families case management training education program for new moms who are expecting a newborn or have just recently had a newborn up to 2 years for that child. And it's a lot of educational supports and just helping parents being more ready to be parents, basically. So in the last fiscal year for VNH, which ran from July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, we provided supports to 78 patients in Hanover across all of our service lines for a total of 1,518 visits among those individuals. So roughly 20-ish appointments for each individual. Any questions that I can answer for you guys?
I have one.
Yeah.
Looking at your budget over the past, well, your actual cost for the past 2 years and then your budget of 24, it's decreasing, which is not normally how healthcare budgets go. I mean, it's down by 6 million, and I'm just wondering if I'm reading this correctly, and perhaps you could just explain. Is it just grants are down, or less services?
So part of, unfortunately, due to staffing challenges that we've had, not particularly in the Hanover area, more in southern Vermont and southern New Hampshire, where we're providing supports, we have had to cut back being able to accept individuals in our home health and hospice programs in particular. Still able to support those in long-term care and the maternal child health program, but because as all healthcare agencies are struggling with staffing and trying to find individuals, we have had to just not been able to accept patients in that. And so that's my assumption as to why the budget has probably decreased, just the anticipation of not necessarily having staffing to provide two parts of our services in various regions that we're providing services. Fortunately for Hanover, we're not experiencing any staffing shortages. We're able to support the individuals across all of our programs with without any challenges. So.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you guys.
And Special Needs Support Center.
So this is the first time.
Yeah.
Right?
So Carrie Osgood provided, got a message that they were not able to attend, and we do have an email statement, which I can read, or
we can.
We can do that after.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Let's
Why don't we do it
Perfect.
after we let
Let's do that later, Ellen. Thank you. All right, wonderful. And next is the Public Health Council of the Upper Valley.
Thank you all very much. I'm Alice Ely. I'm the Executive Director for the Public Health Council of the Upper Valley, and it's nice to be here today. Thank you to the Selectboard of Hanover for supporting our organization for so many years. I apologize for reading my comments, but I'm tired from a lot of travel, and if I don't, I'm afraid I'll skip half of what I want to say. So the Public Health Council continues to pursue our mission to improve the health of Upper Valley residents through shared public health initiatives and services in a network of many community stakeholders. Based on the most recent community health needs assessment, we're currently focused on a set of 6 priority areas with a community health improvement plan that leverages the work that's happening across our region to address these particular issues, which include, as you'll hear from many of the social service agencies that are here today, access to mental health services, the cost of healthcare services, health insurance and dental care, access to healthy and affordable food, substance misuse, including alcohol and drug misuse prevention, treatment and recovery, child well-being, and a variety of social determinants of health that many organizations across the Upper Valley, including our own, try to address in many ways. So I will in a moment tell you some of the things that we accomplished in 2023 and our plans for 2024. But first, I'd like to share a few thoughts about how I think the Public Health Council proved its value during the COVID pandemic. Because we are funded locally, with largely unrestricted funds, we were flexible enough to turn almost all of our attention and resources to helping our communities like Hanover and the organizations in our communities deal with the disruptions caused by the pandemic. So this included reaching out to towns and mutual aid groups to determine their needs and triage those needs with our public health emergency response teams and Upper Valley Strong. It also included distributing PPE to local service organizations and providers, including some here in Hanover, to help them continue to do the work that they were doing and work with a variety of vulnerable populations. And then because the Public Health Council has long-standing relationships with people in our towns and in our schools, including Hanover, we were able to play a crucial role in organizing early vaccine distribution. So for example, one call to the Hanover Dresden School District office was all it took for us to be able to plan a vaccine event for the teachers and staff within the school system here in Hanover. Working with Michael Hensley and other members of your town's leadership, we were able to quickly target vaccines to homebound Hanover residents, your restaurant workers, and other vulnerable folks within your community. So I hope you will agree that continuing to support the Public Health Council is a good investment for those times when the need is great and things are happening that we don't necessarily expect to have happen. But in the meantime, in between these public health emergencies, during 2023, as the pandemic was turning into an endemic, the Public Health Council got back to our ongoing work of promoting collaboration, education, and advocacy to address the priorities of the region. We completed a community health improvement plan, which if any of you would like a copy, I'm happy to leave it with you. This sets out strategies that we work on together with many of our partners in the region. And it allows us to leverage resources and ideas to better serve the needs of all of our constituents. Excuse me. We co-sponsored trainings such as the cross-class collaboration for action on poverty and equity. We hosted advocacy skills training for members of our communities and also for nonprofit leaders to make sure that they understood the difference between lobbying and advocacy work. We hosted undergraduate and graduate student internships to help prepare the next generation of public health professionals and encourage folks to consider working here in our own communities. We hosted what is becoming an annual bi-state legislative breakfast to discuss with our legislators how public policy affects the Upper Valley residents, access to the kinds of services that they need. We also served as the host agency for the Upper Valley Community Health Equity Partnership Grant, which provided technical assistance and over $150,000 in funding to 10 organizations led by or working for members of historically marginalized groups within our own communities. We would love to be able to continue that particular work. It was grant funded and is over, and we do continue to look for a pool of funds that will allow us to continue to support these grassroots organizations that do such valuable work, and particularly supporting health equity for marginalized folks. And then, of course, we continue to host our free community flu vaccine clinics every fall, and love the opportunity to get out into our rural communities and make sure everybody gets flu vaccine. In 2024, we will continue to do much of the same work, and we're also looking for ways to build out our communications and community education capacity over the course of the next year or so. Thank you very much for your support, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Alice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alice.
Thank you, Alice.
Next, we have the Grafton County Senior Citizens Council.
Everyone's waiting. We're staying here.
Hello.
Yeah, what we can.
My name is Kathleen Vasconcellos. I'm the Executive Director of the Grafton County Senior Citizens Council. I'll introduce who's with me. I'll try not to take the whole 5 minutes with introduction. We have Jill Vahey. She's the Director of our Upper Valley Senior Center in Lebanon. Allison Morgan. She's our Director of Marketing and Development. And then we have 2 board members here who are Hanover citizens. Board Chairman Bill Garrity and Board Member Neil Castaldo. So that's our support team here. So thank you for your support and for the opportunity to speak with you tonight about our request for funding in the amount of $11,000. Our organization was formed in 1972. We operate out of 10 locations. We have an administrative office in Lebanon, a service link office in Littleton, and 8 senior centers, one of which is the Upper Valley Senior Center in Lebanon. Our purpose is to develop, strengthen, and provide programs and services that support the health, dignity, and independence of older adults and adults with disabilities living in our communities. So we offer services such as home-delivered meals. You probably know them as Meals on Wheels. We have congregate meals at our senior center in a community dining setting. We have transportation to medical appointments, grocery stores, pharmacies, other essential destinations, activities, and assistance from outreach workers. So a whole array of services to meet the needs of those we serve. During the past year, 140 older adults in Hanover residents, received services from our agency, and in addition, 49 Hanover residents were assisted by our service link office. So the types of services for Hanover residents included more than 4,000 meals, 250 rides on our buses, 170 social service contacts, and almost 300 participants in activities. So the total cost to provide all of that just for Hanover residents was $68,552.57 to be exact. And we have not asked for an increase in funding from Hanover in over 4 years. So New Hampshire has the second largest proportion of older adults, excuse me, compared to other states in our country, and we're the fastest aging state. So there's definitely a need and an increasing need for the services and programs that we provide. So thank you again, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Nope, good work.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks to your staff and board members, some of whom sat on this side of the table.
And he is like smiling so wide, and he's not here
I
tonight.
motioned to him, do you want to trade places? And he just grinned at me.
Thank you for the presentation.
And next we have Twin Pines Housing.
All right, thank you. I'm David Crandall. I'm Director of Development and Communications of Twin Pines Housing. We are a nonprofit developer of affordable housing in the Upper Valley. We have 565 units in our portfolio and serve over 1,000 people. We also have 100 units in the pipeline that will come online in 2024. 45% of our residents have experienced homelessness or the threat of it. And In Hanover, our main focus is Summer Park. That's the residence for seniors and those with disabilities right across from the high school. It's 42 units, 1 bedrooms and a studio. Phase 2 was completed in 2022. And the services we provide, our goal to these seniors is housing stability and eviction prevention. We now have a 5-member supportive services team that helps all our residents. 85% of our residents take advantage of our services, but it's especially true at Summer Park. We help them with recertification forms, access to food stamps, Medicare, Medicaid, DHHS paperwork, internet, Wi-Fi, anything like that we can help our residents with. And if we can't provide the services, we'll connect them with nonprofits who can. So we work with Listen Community Services, Lebanon Senior Center, the food bank there, Service Link, Dartmouth Health, whatever services our residents need. Our coordinator, but perhaps maybe the most important thing is she told me today that she feels like a therapist at Summer Park. She's not a therapist, but people love to come and talk to her. We have regular office hours there, and they just love to connect with her. And then she loves to help them any way we can. In addition to making these connections, we do some of our own programs. We had information sessions this past year where we had the Hanover Fire Department come and talk about fire safety and first aid. We plan to do the same with the police department. We have social gatherings at the Black Center. Our most recent one was in January, and we had some Dartmouth students, I understand, play electric piano. And these are just refreshments and a chance to socialize. By the way, it's been a good year at Summer Park. Previous year we had some tenant conflicts amongst themselves, and that's really subsided. And I think part of that is that we're fully staffed now and we can attend to them a little bit more. We also have our community gardens, which are really big at Summer Park, and those will be coming back up in the spring. So Twin Pines has 3 sources of revenue. We have development fees from our construction projects. We have our property management income from rental income. And then we have philanthropic support. And it's support from, like the town of Hanover that supports our supportive services. That is not paid for in any other way. And I just wanted to end with, we just recently did our resident survey. This is an annual survey we do among residents. And I think at Summer Park we had 60% of our residents participate. But the main headline there is 94% of our residents would recommend Twin Pines to a friend. So we feel like we're doing something right. Again, we appreciate your past support and we are grateful for your consideration of this request. And if I can answer any questions, I'd be happy to.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I've forgotten how many residents we have at the Summer Park units.
42. Yep.
Thank you.
And I think it's also important to note that I think Twin Pines owns Guile Hill, right?
Correct.
So that's affordable housing that you should, this is your TV time. So it's important for everyone to know that, Twin Pines helped make that happen.
Absolutely. We have 76 units there. That is not managed by Twin Pines. It's a Twin Pines property, but Maloney Properties manages it. And if they request supportive services, we help them as well.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Good Neighbor Health Clinic. And it doesn't look like we have anyone jumping to the table, so we'll move to please the Valley Court Diversion Programs.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Ellen Wicklum. I am the Executive Director of Valley Court Diversion Programs. We are the only accredited provider of court diversion services in Lower Grafton County and Sullivan County, New Hampshire. And we cover Windsor County, Vermont as well. We practice restorative justice, whereby we look to strengthen our communities by promoting accountability, repair of harms done, support for people who have done harm to others or have been harmed, and reconciliation between people who may be feeling on the outs with their community because of their encounter with the criminal legal system. The agency was founded in 1982, and it started in Windsor County, Vermont. We added Hanover, we added Lower Grafton County and Hanover specifically. It was on the initiative of Brad Sargent, who worked for Hanover Police Department. We added Lower Grafton County in 2007, and in 2019 we also took on Sullivan County, New Hampshire. We restored, I said that already. I've brought with me Lexis Jarvis, who is one of my outstanding staff. She's a case manager and handles many of the New Hampshire cases. Our overall success rate is about 85%. People who do not succeed in our programs are referred back to the courts and are prosecuted. But we give second chances and occasionally third if the referring party is interested in that. We pull people out of the criminal justice system, and with the restorative justice response, we look to provide solutions rather than punishment, alienation, that type of thing. So it saves a lot of money because we are doing a job that otherwise would be performed by law enforcement, prosecutors, judges, which are more expensive services and perhaps better reserved for more egregious harms than the ones that we typically see. So that's our pitch. This is the first time we've come to Hanover, and you'll see in the prospectus that our ask is proportionate to what Lebanon has provided to us. And in the prospectus, I just noticed that I mentioned that we hoped Lebanon would up our share a little bit this year, and in fact they did. And I want Lexis to talk about the casework and the really practical ways that we've helped residents in Hanover.
Hello, thank you for listening to us today. So I just want to let you know that my data is calendar year, not fiscal year like Ellen presented to you guys, so I just want to let you know that. So from 1/1/2023 to today, I have had 24 Dartmouth students in all that have gone through the program successfully. They all successfully completed. In 2023, we had 25 total referrals completed. Some of those charges were misrepresenting age, which is using a fake ID, possession of alcohol / intoxication, buying cigarettes, possession of tobacco, criminal trespass, willful concealment, theft, a whole list of things. Those were for the adult referrals. For juvenile referrals in the year 2023, I received 5. Criminal threatening, receiving stolen property, possession of tobacco, willful concealment. And then so far from this year, January 1st, 2024 to today, I have received 4 adult referrals from Hanover PD, 1 Dartmouth student currently. The charges were unlawful possession, intoxication, and possession of tobacco. As you can see, there is a trend of the cases that I get. And then I've also received 3 juvenile referrals this year for burglary. And that one was a little bit more of a tougher case. But what do I do for my clients? My job is to support them throughout this whole process. From the beginning to the end, I connect them to services that they may need, such as counseling. If they're struggling with getting a job, I help them with that. goodness, anything, health insurance, whatever they need. I can connect them to the services. If it's not me, I can find somebody to help them. I check in with my clients either weekly or bi-weekly. Some are more needy and would like more time to check because they have more needs, so I support them through that. And not only that, is we also work with harmed parties. We do get a lot of harmed party participation. They don't have to participate in our process, but if they do, they're able to share their side of the story with the harmed party, get that off their chest. They can ask for restitution, anything else that they might need. And sometimes we're able to provide them with that restitution, apologies, and they're able to understand possibly maybe why this person did what they did, which can be very helpful for somebody who's been impacted by crime. Did you guys have any questions for me?
That's really impressive, thank you.
Just a quick one.
Karen.
So are you finding that the Grafton County courts are receptive to your program, or you're having traction with them?
Yeah, I receive lots of referrals from the Grafton County courts. They're much more receptive than Sullivan County. I probably receive most referrals from Lebanon, Hanover, and Canaan. They're the biggest ones. Hanover, I receive mostly adult referrals, like the Dartmouth students are the most popular.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexis. Thank you, Ellen.
And next we have Wise, please.
Hi, everyone. Peggy O'Neill, I'm Executive Director of WISE, and just really appreciative of my colleagues behind me for all the good work they do. And we work so closely together as a social service community. And thankful to the town of Hanover and the Selectboard for its support of WISE. For those who may not be familiar, WISE is the Domestic and Sexual Violence Advocacy Program, serving 23 communities in Lower Grafton County, Windsor County, and a couple of communities in Orange County. We've been around since 1971, and today the organization has 4 programs, and the program that we ask the town of Hanover and other municipalities for support is for our 24-hour crisis line and our advocacy program. This crisis line is, again, it's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We have it staffed by both paid staff and volunteer staff. We have 40 volunteers who are trained to staff the crisis line nights, weekends, and holidays. And really, without these community members, we would have a different challenge to have that service available. Our crisis line and our advocacy program is supporting, the numbers do fluctuate, somewhere around 1,400 people a year. Last year, we supported 90 residents from the town of Hanover. Not everyone discloses where they're from, but that's the data we have for those who have disclosed. And what we're doing when people call our crisis line is, it could be they're going through a situation and they're wanting just someone to listen to them. They may be looking for tangible supports like help going to court. We're probably at Dartmouth Hitchcock several times a week, responding to the emergency department, sometimes more than that. We are going to the Child Advocacy Center a couple times a week, at least, if not more, supporting the non-offending parent whose child is being interviewed through the Advocacy Center. We have a staff person who is co-located in Claremont at the District Office of Child and Family Services, and we get referrals from DCYF for families in which there is both child abuse and domestic violence. So the advocacy program is a pretty comprehensive program. We also have shelter services that we provide, and I know you all, everyone in this room and everyone listening is very aware of the very challenging housing situation we have here in the Upper Valley. What I've seen, I've been with WISE for 20 years, is in the last handful of years, the number of people that are contacting our crisis line looking for housing both short-term emergency safe housing, because they have to leave a situation, and longer-term housing is exponentially has increased. What WISE has been able to do, very minimally, certainly not at the pace that Twin Pines has been able to, we made a commitment to expand the emergency shelter offerings that we have. We do have a safe home in Lebanon, and a couple of years ago we purchased an apartment building and we fully renovated it, so we have 4 apartment units for people who may start in our safe home. It's communal living, and after we sort of get a lay of the land, understand what people want and need, you know, the hope is that people can move into their own apartment. It's right next door to our program center in downtown Lebanon. And our advocacy team is very smart about all the housing ins and outs and the changes that occur frequently to help people to line up longer term safe housing for themselves. People in our shelter program are there many months. That has been a significant change. It used to be much more short-term, and now it's much more long-term. So we're asking for level funding for the Crisis and Advocacy Program, and just very quickly, we also, the advocacy program, our advocates and the survivors we're supporting do spend quite a bit of time trying to find legal services. And we are so appreciative of Vermont Legal Aid, the South Royalton Legal Clinic, and New Hampshire Legal Assistance, and the private attorneys here who provide pro bono legal services, and it's still not enough. So WISE and New Hampshire Legal Assistance got a grant through the Office of Violence Against Women in the U.S. Department of Justice, so we have a family law attorney that's available for survivors here in the Upper Valley, and that's an NHLA attorney. We continue to do immigration legal services for community members, and we recently brought a civil legal attorney on for Vermont Family Court. It's not going to take care of all the legal services needs that survivors in our community have, nor necessarily reduce the workload of our advocacy team, but they are extra services that we can provide. So I'll shut up and see if you have any questions for me.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks.
And next on our list is headrest. And is Michael still doing that, or did he stop doing that? And it looks like, I'm sorry?
Cheryl Avery is there.
Okay. And Youth in Action is last. And this is a little bit of a different, this fits in a little bit differently in our budget, but we typically put it under social services. As you'll see, it's a little bit, you're a different program.
Hi everyone, my name is Rachel Cole. I'm a sophomore at Hanover High School, and I'm here representing Youth in Action. I've been a member of Youth in Action for 2 years now, and I was elected to the Student Leadership Committee this past year. Thank you so much for the support in the past years, and thank you for having me here tonight. This is an amazing opportunity, and I'm incredibly grateful. Youth in Action is a volunteer organization established in 1983, which is led by a student leadership committee alongside our interim director, Ms. Hannah Levinger, who was unable to join us tonight. And all students at Hanover have the opportunity to participate in our organization, and the current turnout sits at around 150 students. And for the past 40 years, Hanover High School students have volunteered around the Upper Valley in support of the Youth in Action mission to diversify learning opportunities while raising young adults who make the lives around them better. This year, Youth in Action has been able to organize many volunteer opportunities across a variety of fields. Each month, we organize dinners for both David's House and the Listen Center. And besides our regularly scheduled activities, we volunteer in a handful of seasonal events. In the fall, students volunteered their time stacking wood for the Norwich Wood Fuel Assistance Program, handed out Thanksgiving dinners with the Haven, and partnered with the Norwich Rec Department, Lutheran Church in Hanover, and Cedar Circle Farm to lend a hand in safe Halloween activities. And this winter, Youth in Action participated in Hanover Rec's Winterfest, rang bells for the Listen Center's Heating Fund, crafted dog toys for the Humane Society, and has spent much time with 4 summers straight at the senior low-income housing facility right across the street from the high school. And just today, we helped the Red Cross accomplish their blood drive in our gymnasium. And this spring, we hope to get our Adopt a Grandparent initiative off the ground and running, as well as to help out with spring cleaning and trail maintenance. On a personal note, Youth in Action has meant a lot to me as part of my high school education. And growing up in the Upper Valley, the people in my community have really shaped me into who I am today. And on a daily basis, I see familiar faces, ones who I might not know the names, but I recognize from my youngest years. And the saying, "It takes a village," means a lot to me growing up in Hanover. And now that I'm a part of Youth in Action, I'm able to give back to the same people who have raised me. Youth in Action has made me the person I am now, and I'll be eternally grateful for the opportunities that this organization allows me, and I think the rest of the students would say the same. So thank you so much for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
That was a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much.
Really good job.
Quick question, Rachel. Is there still a community service component of your graduation requirements?
No, there's not. So it's an elective.
Any other questions for it? Again, thank you very much. That was an awesome presentation.
Thank you. Thanks, Rachel.
And that's the end of my packets. Have I missed anyone? I hope not. Good. Thank you, everybody. It's just wonderful to touch base with you folks on a yearly basis, and I appreciate it's a big effort to come out here to do that. But thank you very much again for coming. And we'll just pause. I know we have a long budget session ahead of us, and everybody except Bill Garrity gets to leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Wait a minute.
Where's Dave? Should we listen to that?
No, that's all.
I think this person will be interested in running. You know?
No, thank you.
Oh, text me later.
You can plug in. Carrie, do you mind just shutting the door, please? Thank you, Scott. They like to.
Alan, do we want
I think
to?
it's one of the few times they get to meet each other.
They get together.
Yeah, it's awesome.
There's a headrest, right?
Totally respect that.
Email? Sorry.
So it's,
Okay.
the email is for the special.
We are moving along in our agenda.
Okay, so we'll copy it again now. Okay. Or I can read it.
Just one.
Will you send it around?
Yes, yeah. I'll ask Carrie to forward it to everybody.
Yeah,
Is that okay?
yes.
Or I could read it quickly.
No, send it. Thank you, Ellen.
I will actually send Carrie an email right now.
Yes, and then it just won't go to that.
Well, we can see if we can vote.
It should.
If they have nuts that have salt on them.
What's in that other basket? Is that new?
Isn't that a new basket of treats?
Ooh, cookies. Carrie brought them.
Oh, Carrie,
Yes.
that is so nice.
Sorry, I didn't make them myself. I should have, I could have.
Oh, yeah.
Give John a cookie.
Wow, that's awesome. I'm gonna get rid of this gum.
Thank you.
Oh, of course.
off for now.
I'm good. You good?
Thank you, Nancy. All right, looks like you're all set. Good evening.
Good evening.
And thank you for your comprehensive report the other night. And look forward to further presentation.
Okay. Is it okay if I stand or?
Whatever you need, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And make sure everyone
It'll
knows
pick you up.
So, okay.
Uh-oh. We were good.
You can either stand or use the screen.
Something turn on, Doug?
I think the microphone just might be pushing down on the cord just a little bit. If we thread it under and then jiggle it next to your,
Try.
yeah.
Looks like it went off.
Yeah.
There's a light up there. Yeah, the green's on.
I'm gonna plug it in.
Doesn't even plug in.
That's my daughter.
Where is she there?
She's in the Rocky Mountains somewhere.
It looks nice.
Mice. Let's see.
I'd offer to help, but I would.
Sometimes it just has to take its time.
Yeah.
Before it now. I've used this many times and it's never acted like this before.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be right back.
Jenny's seen it before.
Yes.
I apologize for this.
Lived it, yes.
Here we go. All right, let's see if we can.
Alex, can you run it from your machine?
I can, but it's not like.
Okay. If you can't run it, John, Alex can put it up.
He doesn't have it.
If it's what you emailed me, but also this looks like there's just a display, like if you mirrored the displays, if that setting is possible, this looks, or it looks like it's working, but.
It's plugged in.
Or if you like move that over to that screen.
I'm on
Like if
CIPC.
you pick up
did,
here, you click, you know.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
There we go.
All right.
Uh-oh.
No, it's,
You have to project into another. Is that what it's doing?
No, that is weird though.
There you go.
there we go.
Don't touch anything.
Yeah, well, I have to a little bit. All right. Well, thank you. I'm John Dolan. I'm the chair of the Capital Improvement Program Committee. And we actually have a quorum of the committee here tonight. Jenny, well, we still have a quorum without Jenny, but Carrie Callahan, Ellen Bouillon, Alex Torby, and Pete Kolbaki and I are all on the committee. So thank you for coming forward to support. And if there are any detailed questions that I can't answer, Pete's the guy. So I may turn to him at many points in this discussion. So what I'm going to do is give you 4 summaries. And these effectively are summaries of lessons that the Capital Improvement Program Committee learned during the course of our work over the last several months. First is just what's the size and scope of the capital needs of Hanover. Second, I'll talk about what we as a committee are formally recommending for FY95 for inclusion in the budget. Next, I'll talk about the capital expenditure requests that are in the report that we published, but are for future consideration. They're not part of our recommendations for the current fiscal year. And then finally, I want to offer a summary of some recommendations, 3 recommendations that we made in our report. So let's start with the capital needs of the community by the numbers. So the capital improvement program that we've worked on is covering 2 periods, FY25, which is the year that you're going to be recommending appropriations to town meeting for, and then the 5 years following that, a total of 6-year period, FY26, FY30. It includes items, but does not make recommendations about any of them. And then beyond that, we did include as a supplement in our report everything else that's on the list for the capital needs of the community in a database that's been maintained over the years by Pete. So what's in there currently is about 413 different items. 22 are part of the recommendations for FY25. Another 142 for the subsequent 5 years, then another 249 that go out through FY99, end of the century.
Yeah.
Total 413. It's a pretty big universe, but as far as new stuff goes, there's not much there. 2 items are new that are recommended as part of the appropriation for FY25. 10 more after that through FY30. And then just 2 more beyond FY30 at this point, total of 14, which is only about 3% of everything in there. Legacy requests, though, are the majority, almost 400 of those. 20 of those are what we're dealing with in FY25, another 132 for the subsequent 5 years, and then the balance, 247 beyond that. The dollars involved for FY25, $2.5 billion for those 22 items in the recommended appropriation. Subsequent 5 years, another $56.2 million. So that's a big jump from 2.5 to 56.2 following, and that actually is almost as much as what's on tap for the rest of the century. So $115 million in the overall universe at this point. For FY25, we've made a recommendation that all 22 of the items, and I'll put those up in a moment, be recommended to town meeting for an appropriation. We've made no recommendations at all for the other 142 items that are listed in the capital improvement program out through FY30. And the reason for that is we just didn't have time to review them closely, and we didn't have the information to review them closely, in part because the town departments didn't have the opportunity to put it all together in the time that they had available to prepare their proposals. So they're listed, but we make no recommendations. And then for information, we've included in appendixes everything else, the other 249 items out there. So what's recommended for FY25? What I want to focus on first, and that's not, you have the hard copy there?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. So this doesn't come up so well on the screen, but there are two new projects that came through as part of the department's proposal submission over the last, it's back in November, December. They are a shared street vision plan from planning, and that's requesting an appropriation funding of about $91,000. And then there is a proposal for a Howe Library building envelope upgrade, and that is a price tag on it of about $433,000. So that adds up to more than $500,000. It's about a fifth of the total appropriation that would be made for FY25. It's important to mention here that there is no money set aside for either of those. So most, as you're aware, most of capital appropriations in the past have been funded out of capital reserve funds. And what that means is that depending on how long the expected life of an asset to be purchased is, money's set aside in increments over the years, and then when the time comes to actually pay for the asset, buy the asset, it's appropriated in that fiscal year, and the savings that have accumulated are used for that purpose. For these two items, there are no savings available. So we are as a committee recommending that these be funded, but we're going to have to leave it to you and town management to figure out where the money will come from. The rest of the items on the list, 20 or so, they look very different from those two projects at the top of the list. They are primarily asset purchases to replace existing assets that the town has, ranging from building components to parts for the water treatment plant, to vehicles, to water meters. All of these are items that were, whose replacement was anticipated in past years, and money's been set aside for all of them. And that's, you'll see that in the capital reserve accounting that Ellen and Alex will give you, or have already given you, of about $2 million. So all told, the recommended appropriation is a little over $2.5 million, and about $2 million of that money has been set aside for over the years and would be available. And about $500,000 of that would require new money to be found. Let me stop there. Any questions on
First of all, thank you very much again. Could you just speak, for those of us who are not on this CPIC, could you just speak to the process just in a fairly short period of time?
Sure. You've seen the work product in past years. Yep. Pete Kilbaki maintains a very ingenious Excel model.
Yeah, and Pete really deserves. Again, congratulations for that.
And it captures a lot of information, but what it effectively is an inventory of items that need to be replaced. Existing items that the town are part of the town's assets, and whose useful life is pretty well known and can be estimated in a replacement year when it's going to wear out or just need to be upgraded. Can be identified and money can be set aside for that sometime in the future. We used that database this year, and most of the items that came to us were already, we call them legacy items, they were already in the database. During the period November through early January, Alex and Ellen and Pete invited most town departments to submit proposals for new items, and what came through were let's see, I think a total of 14 when everything finally settled down. A total of 14 new proposals came through along with the legacy items. And it was because time was limited and there was so much to go through, we as a committee focused on just those items that were requested for funding in FY25, because that's when you have to make an appropriation. Everything else we for the period FY26 through FY30, we took a look at, but it was not a deep look or detail. And in many cases, specifically for some of the new stuff that was proposed, there was not a lot of detail to look at anyway, and so we would not have been in a position to really make an informed evaluation and recommendation of that. We expect that some of those new items, there are 2 that are here for FY25 and 12 that were proposed for later years. We expect when they come back next year in future cycles, there's going to be a lot more information for the committee to look at. And in fact, we're going to hopefully play a part in requiring that. And that'll give us a better basis for evaluating and making recommendations. So what we ultimately did was we focused on FY25. We did a close look at the 2 new items that you see that we're recommending, and we became familiar with some but not all of the other 20 items on the list. But those are items that have been identified by departments in past years, scheduled for replacement, funding's been set aside for them. And we don't think there's a good reason to disrupt that schedule at this point, even though we might like to know a little bit more about some of them. Does that?
Thank you very much for that. Go ahead, Nancy.
I've got a quick question, John. And I noticed in turning the pages, you have a page that says process recommendations.
Yes.
And one of the things that I've been struck with was how diligently your group worked in such an abbreviated time.
Thank you.
Number one, do you get the impression that all of you want to re-up? Number two, do you have the impression that everyone will be invited to re-up? And is it kind of the will of the committee, as it's now constructed, to literally start in July and work? Because you clearly need that amount of time as opposed to, like, you had 8 weeks practically.
Yeah, and over the holiday period.
Correct.
Interesting question.
And you can tell that there's an advocacy position in my tone of voice because I am thrilled with who's on it now, and I'm thrilled that you would consider really making this a real commitment.
Well, when we looked closely at our enabling warrants, we noticed, I for one didn't know this before I came on the committee, that you limited our terms to 1 year. And in fact, we were all out of the shop August 1st, I think.
Right.
So you might, if you decide to re-up this, we'll certainly want to consider that. But I told everybody on the committee that we could be out of a job come August, so we'll see how that plays out.
And just to explain to everybody who doesn't know, that was intentionally done to stagger get a head start and then stagger the terms, so we're not all, it's not like we're putting you all on trial and.
You're not on probation.
Probation, thank you, probation.
Double secret probation.
Right. Just one question about the 2 new, it just strikes me that all of these things, except for one, are things.
Yes.
And the plan, the top one there, the plan, I assume, and I know, but it is part of a much larger capital project that's coming towards us. I assume that's why we're including that in there.
I don't know the answer to that. If it's part of a bigger project, I think it has the potential to lead to a bigger project.
It's not. It's not part of the South Main reconstruction. It's a plan for the entire multimodal district with the
Okay.
idea of having 2 shovel-ready projects that are not specified.
Okay,
was-
so,
yeah.
I'm just rephrase my question. There's a difference between an F-550 truck and a plan
Yes.
in terms of capital, defining capital things. How does it just fit in?
Well, that's an important point, and one that we make the distinction in the report. Historically, what you've had is not a capital improvement program. You've had a capital replacement program. And it's mainly about stuff that the town owns and that wears out and has to be replaced over time. For a genuine capital improvement program, that's more going to be about multi-year efforts to improve, upgrade, or add to the town's infrastructure in order to enhance or upgrade services. And those kinds of initiatives are going to be probably north of $100,000 as a minimum, and cover several years. Now, hard assets like vehicles and water treatment pumps and that kind of thing, those could be turned into projects. So, for example, a project to overhaul the town's vehicle fleet, multi-year plan with particular objectives, and the acquisition of vehicles and the retirement of existing vehicles during that time to accomplish it. And that could be treated as a project, but the habit, the tradition with Hanover has been to treat each of these asset items as one-offs, money appropriated in one fiscal year for the purchase of one item or several items in one fiscal year. And it's kind of like, and then the capital reserve funds are used to save money so that when the time comes to purchase, those items, it's available. But I would foresee that, and we'll try to shape it this way in the future, that departments would propose multi-year packages for the acquisition of key assets, whether it be water treatment assets or rolling stock or building upgrades.
Okay, thank you. Jenny?
Oh, I was just I think that was a really well put answer and is very encompassing, but in case there was a simpler question of just like what is a capital project, it commonly includes planning, design, other things. And I think the example that we have from our town pretty recently was, the special reserve project set up for our reassessment. And that's a, project, it's not a thing, like we have some numbers, but yeah, so it's like a similar, that's common. But I like your answer better.
Yeah, your
Just
answer,
in case that was a question about like what is considered a capital project, across the towns we looked at, this was a common.
I think John's answer was
yeah.
hit me because I'm very used to seeing just things, trucks, water meters. But I understand the question. Okay.
And I think as we, one of the objectives of the CIPC was to support the implementation of the town's master plan. So I think there'll be more and more projects, and there'll be a soft cost associated with that, which is the upfront design, architect, engineering, all that stuff. So,
Nancy.
So, John, I'm on the Howe Library Facilities Subcommittee, as you well know, and we have talked about the library as an entire entity, and I was wondering whether or not you've had a minute to talk about the philosophy of town buildings in general. We've asked, I'm now using the royal we because I'm the Howe board, I apologize. The Howe has asked for weatherization and for their skin, the building skin. And we've also talked about savings of, well, what if we had a contractor in who knew about building skins and worked on the skins of 5 different buildings rather than just the how. Did you get to the philosophical point of what if the entire town went, triple E rating on their windows and we had window specialists?
Well, we didn't get it, but Alex was anticipating that, and one of the, not in the capital improvement program, but elsewhere in the budget.
Yes.
I think you're considering a town building analysis, which
right,
mean all buildings.
Yes.
And in that regard, it seems to us that the how has set a great example. You went ahead and evaluated all aspects of the facility, found the issues that need to be addressed. You weren't just waiting to replace the roof on a certain schedule or replace the doors on a certain schedule.
Right.
And that actually has generated, as you will see in a few minutes, that's generated a lot of the new proposals that are here in the capital improvement program. That one of those is the building envelope upgrade that's proposed for this year. But that building envelope upgrade is actually part of a multi-year program that the Howe has created as a result of its project planning. And I think that could be what comes of the town building analysis, town facility analysis that Alex is proposing. We didn't talk about the philosophy, but I think we intuit the philosophy, and that's a useful example for the town.
Thank you.
So let me talk next just about what comes after FY25, the other 6 years in the capital improvement program period. And what's coming is not that many new projects, just 10, but they account for almost 60% of all the requests that you're going to see. And that's just what we know about so far. Next year, we got 10 this year for the next 5 years. But next year, with a more robust capital project proposal process, we might see a lot more than 10. But those 10 projects are, if they were to be vetted and go forward as they're currently spec'd out, could be almost $33 million, and that's out of $56 million for the entire 5-year period. And the other stuff, well, actually, let me just show you those 10. One thing I want to point out, these are 10 new projects that came in as part of our cycle this year. 5 of them are in FY26, and they all together would cost about $30 million if they all went forward. And then 5 more in the 4 years after that. But if you look closely, you'll notice that 4 out of those 10 are library projects at the library and the Howe Library. And that's, I think, in part attributable to the planning work that the Howe has done for its facility.
We're putting ownership transfer of those roads in FY26?
That's where they've been placed so far. We are, again, I want to...
You haven't evaluated that?
We're simply
Okay, thank you.
listing these, but not recommending.
Thank you.
No comment on whether they should go forward or not. But they all came in and they're on the list now.
Okay.
So. And then everything else, the other, the minority of the money, but the majority of the items, 132, are just, again, all those asset purchases, things that are going to be, that are already on the schedule. They were put on the schedule years ago, and the money's been set aside for them and will continue to be set aside for them until their replacement year comes up. Now, process recommendations. So this is the inaugural cycle for the committee, and we have 3 recommendations. The first one is allocate sufficient time for the development of the program. And small print there, but in summary, we're recommending that this process start in July, giving instructions to the departments to begin thinking about and preparing the details of the proposals they would want to submit. And then getting those in, submitting those by August. They should, as part of their process, the departments reach out to the public in whatever manner works best for them. It could be public meetings, it could be seeking input through a website or email or something like that, or just surveys of one kind or another, but some sort of public outreach. And then we would be, the committee would be in a position to start evaluating these proposals by early fall in September, and we could allow or provide for public input in October, November, and then begin to actually draft recommendations and have them available to be reviewed by the public before we go to a final report. And I think that would lead to a much more informed capital improvement program, and you would get a much more complete picture of what the capital improvement needs of the community are from the point of view of the departments and their stakeholders.
I don't know, I should know this because I have RSAs historically in my head, but in terms of a capital improvements program, it's authorized through the planning board, and there's a public hearing and a kind of an official adoption process?
No.
Or is that through does the select board do an adoption process, or how does
it's
it work?
basically either the planning board, and if the planning board doesn't do it, then the select board can create a committee that has to include a planning board member.
And that's
two different.
you're the enabling warrant for this committee cites
Right.
But I guess what I know that part, but what I'm saying is, how does it get adopted? Is it the select board that adopts the program? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
We're advisory to the select board.
okay. I couldn't remember.
So yes, so please, if no other recommendation that we make is acted upon, this is the one that's I think most important. But not a close second is the need for some sort of platform, a system that can be used to capture the information about these proposals, compile it, track it, and that can be used across departments. So you would have users, not just one guy, Pete Tolbaki, with his own spreadsheet that nobody else knows how to use except him. So you gotta get this done before he retires.
He's not going to. He's not going to retire.
But something that would have users across departments. It might just be a half dozen, but as long as we could have proposals being submitted this way. And that would allow us also, that would allow the committee to compile and review the information more easily. It would allow reports to be created that could be shared with you and the public, so that it's more than just printouts of spreadsheets that you get to look at this time of year and that are put up on the town website. And I doubt there's probably more than a half dozen people in the town.
And they're probably in this room.
And they're all exactly. And I can't overemphasize the need to get away from just the one spreadsheet. That's so 20th century. Pete's model is great, but it's not going to be able to bear the strain of reviewing and tracking the kinds of projects that are going to be coming our way in the near future.
Can I go ahead?
Can I just jump in for a second? John, I think you've even gone a step further and thought about what sort of systems might work and maybe even have some sense of cost. Can you share that?
Oh boy, too premature. What Carrie's referring to is I've reached out to a couple of solution providers and just to get a sense of what might be out there. And I think I've just scratched the surface. And the likely solution that could be procured will be a cloud-based solution of some kind. It'll probably be subscription-based, so the town would have to pay according to the number of users that are on the system. And it's depending on the features and the capabilities and other aspects of pricing. It could be anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000 a year. And I know that's a big range, and the low end is probably more acceptable than the high end. But this kind of technology is available, and I think we don't have to go very far to find out how others are doing it. I think Lebanon is using some sort of platform like this. Dartmouth College, I don't know this as a certainty, but I would be surprised if they don't have something like this for all the capital projects that they have to deal with.
Nancy?
John, do you imagine that this entire process could also bring more citizens and taxpayers into the process, such that if all of this ambitious planning and so forth causes a tax rate within the next 5 years to double or triple, it may not be as much of a surprise as a February 28th, hands are raised and people say, oh, by the way, this equates to a tripling of your tax rate. Do you perceive that this type of process could lead to, especially if it were user-friendly?
Well, it could. It'll make it more transparent, so more people, not just all of you, all of us, but the general public could see what's being proposed and what the details are. But it also might encourage, promote pursuit of different financing options for some of these projects beyond just raising taxes. So, and I list the usual suspects. Everything from bonding to tips to impact fees, and there are options that I just learned about one recently from Carrie Osmos that Chapter 32 of New Hampshire municipal budget law provides for town meeting to authorize or appropriate, make a multi-year appropriation for a defined project, and can specify how much money would be spent in each year. And once it's done, it's set for the full period. They don't have to come, the project doesn't have to come back and be reappropriated.
Subsequent town meetings.
So there are options. I think making it more transparent and promoting the search for and use of alternative financing options, I think, is an important aspect of this, and that's our third recommendation, actually. And I think this is something that is important to do, because the kinds of projects that are going to be coming along are going to be multi-year, multi-million-dollar projects, and we can't do them 1 year, one-off, one piece at a time through capital reserve funds. That's just not going to be productive for what we might want to accomplish as a town.
Does the town ever go the collegiate model of inviting private funding of any of this, that we're going to name a building after the Chamberlain family because of their generosity?
That would be a very creative alternative option.
Now I'm just blue skying it, but.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'd say that's what you want to promote is to get departments and stakeholders thinking about how can this project be financed and go forward without just saying increase the tax rate.
Yeah.
And I think, I mean, to the credit of many of our department heads, you know, we've had success with earmarks from the feds. We've had, you know, Pete's done an amazing job with grants, as have, you know, the fire department. And I think, I mean, this is awesome work by the program. You know, kudos to Alex for setting this up, because I think it's really exciting that it's more than replacing fleets. Not that I don't like replacing those sewer pump thingies, but it's really I flush. We all flush every day. Really important. But I think that this, especially with the master plan and with kind of, you know, there's all kinds of deferred maintenance that we're going to have to deal with that we haven't addressed, just like the college, just like the hospital. You know, these are buildings that are 100 years old or 50 years old or, you know, even 20 that need work. And, you know, this is a really good start to not only replacing buildings, but doing really creative, amazing things for the town. So thank you for pulling it together, Alex, and making it happen. And thanks to the committee members who served and you as chairing it. It's really great work.
Thank you. And you're welcome. Other questions?
Carrie's going.
Oh,
Here just for the support.
Carrie is chair of the Finance Committee. We actually have a forum here tonight as well, a lot of overlap. You know, we take credit for John Dolan. I want you to know Carrie Callahan, of course. We also take credit for Tony Berry, our school board member, is here tonight. And that kind of led to my next thought, this enterprise-wide system, when I know what the school district has in kind of paper form. I'm not really quite sure the big study that was done. It seems to me that it would be so useful to link both of our taxing entities together to sort of be able to see when big projects are going to hit, and to coordinate a little bit. So that would be my blue sky of what maybe could grow out of this.
And on that point, so Kim is on the committee, Kim Hartman. So for that express purpose to include the school capital spending, and that could promote potentially capital efficiencies. If the schools and the town are doing something, maybe there's an opportunity to coordinate. But also just from a tax planning standpoint, if they've got a wave of capital spending, and or we do, just to think about tax impact across the projects.
And just, I guess, sort of on tax impacts and so on, I was thinking about the question of, you know, so the CIPC is advisory. You've made some recommendations, but is the select board able to pick and choose and say, this we can do this year and this year, you know, thank you for your recommendation, but not? Is that the case where you can, or is it an all or nothing recommendation?
No, it's just, I think you'll pick and choose.
Right. And then I was wondering, how did your work, you know, we've also then seen in the budget a proposal of $468,000 of undesignated fund balance. The first one is $150,000 town facility analysis, which says it came from the CIPC, but you didn't choose to recommend it, or how did that work?
It will require more development than was possible during the period that we were taking proposals and evaluating them. So that remains to be done. The point of it is to actually help. It would serve the purposes of the capital improvement program committee very well to have some sort of study like that, which tells us what's going on with the other town buildings, the way that the Howells studies have told them what's going on with their facility.
And if I'm not mistaken, Tony, this is the sort of analysis that the SIU embarked upon and published this past fall.
Yes.
So there's, maybe Kim already told the the committee all about that, but, so thank you for, and then I guess the other things that are on this list, the electrical, 175,000 for electrical work, is that just sort of?
You're talking about $175,000.
Yeah, so those things did come before CIPC
No.
because they're kind of, okay.
No, those are emergencies, and that, I mean, that, if 10 years ago there had been the sort of study that Alex has recommended and conducted, and they were identifying the need to change the electrical systems in all town facilities, then that could have started, that might have started and that might have been addressed before it ever got to the point where the thing crashed and you have to deal with it all of a sudden. And find emergency money to do that.
All right, so emergencies won't come to the CIPC, they'll just continue to probably exist to an extent, all right? I guess one other question I have then, I did notice that there were, of those 20 items, legacy items, when we were looking at those last year, there were several more attractive for wastewater. And it's not here, but so I take it it's not that you didn't recommend it, but that staff said for whatever reason that tractor wasn't needed.
I can't particular items, some have been postponed.
Some of those were evaluated and they were determined they could be postponed. So later, you'll see them further in the legacy items that were pushed out because they're just, condition was like, not more.
So that sort of vetting is going to continue to go on for
Yes.
those hundreds of legacy items, which I thought, and which I've always thought is a strength of your program.
PP is the program.
I guess my last question then, it's a little bit redundant, but you did have the shared street vision plan and a street design for Hanover, and I do notice that it's 91,000 and, and change, so I can see that, what the programs that you're looking at have really been fleshed out, whereas, ARPA, we have a lot of 20,000, 30,000, undesignated fund balance, 50,000 for, space or public placemaking. And I was wondering, to me, not knowing the details, are we overlapping here between 100 and and plus placemaking?
This year has not been an overlap, but perhaps in future years that sort of thing would come to the capital improvement program committee.
Okay. Because I just sort of was wondering if it was possible that if any of the placemaking money could finance the shared street vision.
They're different projects, is that the question?
Well,
I don't have too many details on the placemaking. It seemed like it was split among two projects, and Alex probably can speak better to that are like specific action oriented projects. This is more developing plans. Like before you build a house, you hire an architect and make plans. Does that make sense?
Well, then I'm wondering, should we be doing, again, sequencing, which is sort of one of the important parts of CIPC. Would it make sense to have the vision plan and design in place before we invest $100,000 in placement?
Is that what we're doing?
So I was like, what comes?
I think they're covering different. This is really about like how our streets are operating.
Yeah.
I think
So
you're getting into deliberations that the select board have to make.
You should let John go.
No, he has to stay.
This one though, I don't know if you have a copy, but I can share the RFP that was put out and the proposals that were evaluated and then the one that went forward to this.
Yeah, no, I would say part of my questions is just that because there's, all I have are the round numbers, 50,000, 30,000, 20,000. I really have no idea what it's for and how it's different from this. And and again, I guess I'm just, it sort of seems like some of these planning documents and activities need to happen first, but maybe not, because I don't have enough information.
I think they're different, but I can send you this one, and then, which would then at least clarify what this one is. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Also,
We can get into what placemaking is later. How's that?
Yes.
It's not in the CIPC, so I said it's not part of the CIPC. That's a different it's a different expense, so can we address that after?
Yeah, my only point was just that I hope that we sequence things as opposed to coming at things from two different places without coordination.
Yep.
That was mostly my point.
Yep.
So the more you
Yeah,
remember, the happier I will be.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Since it's just a big ticket item and I'm not on the committee, and I think this is mostly for Pete Kobaki, the Howe Library building envelope upgrade, is that?
It's a roof. Right.
Yeah. Where did that?
So that was originally.
So how did we not know? But why did it sort of?
Back in 2020, actually. And the problem was there was no commitment from anybody to actually provide any money, so it just kind of sat there. And then when the study was done by the Hanover, still hadn't been done, so I said, yes, it still needs to be done. And they gave a window, they gave within the next 5 years, which is pretty vague. It's not getting better, and so it's not something that can wait forever, but it's something you have to decide whether it's partially be done this year. You want to do it all at once. You fund it 1 year and do it the next. Those are things that possibly could be done. I think that's something we really didn't really dig into. The study didn't get into the point of has to be done this calendar year or next calendar. It didn't get that close.
It's pretty rare that you can do that on a building.
But
It's like, let's hope it doesn't leak. It's
So
kind of like, we don't do the electrical work this year, but oh dear.
It's something we can parse, though. We can do.
You should look at, say, can it be first? And the study itself provided a window. It didn't say this year has to be done. Just like it provided a suggestion that in the next 10 years you'll have to look at the heating plans. That sort of thing.
No, I'm sorry. Can we do a quarter of it now, a quarter of it next year, and a quarter?
Well, you wouldn't do.
It's not very
you would do
efficient.
one project, but could you hold off on doing it until you had the funds to do it all? That's
Well,
probably a better approach.
That's not going to happen. Thank you, Pete.
The answer from the Howe Facilities Committee is that it would not be economical, Athos, to be able to bring all of the equipment and the materials and the person power to repair these walls, bring them back the next fall and bring them back the next
Do it
summer.
2 or 3 times, it'll be more expensive.
Correct.
That way.
It only gets more expensive the longer we put it on.
Thank you, Nancy.
Yeah, and the committee spent some time talking about this and talking about, because I think the MOU, and I'm glad you're here, Pete, between the town and the corporation is not entirely clear in terms of maintenance versus improvement. And
Well, it's pretty clear.
Is it clear?
The town is responsible for maintaining things, and if going above and beyond maintenance, the corporation has to pay for it, right?
But if you're doing a $430,000 project and you're going in and saying, oh, by the way, we really should put in more insulation, we should improve this, which is very typical for a project, right? You're not just going to replace exactly as it was, you're going to possibly improve it. To the degree that there is a way to parse replace versus improve, and that might constitute a basis for splitting between the corporation and the town, that might be a useful way of living up to the MOU. I don't know. Is there clarity in the MOU in your opinion?
I don't think the problem is the definition of what's maintenance, what's capital. Everybody has a different definition. And that's part of the problem is we weren't going to make that decision as a committee, but if it's a capital thing, if I'm looking at it, I'm saying it's part of the building. It's the building walls are not the same as washing the carpet or
Replacing the carpet, making
painting
beautiful
the walls
carpets.
on wear and tear. It's not a wear and tear item. This is a infrastructure item. It's like replacing your water lines, not just flushing the water lines. Okay. So that's where it's not really clear. So there's different interpretations.
If the town and Selectboard is not inclined to pay for the whole project itself, it's incumbent upon you to get clarity on what's an improvement and what's a maintenance with the Howe, once and for all.
And Ellen and I are meeting with a couple folks from the Howe probably next week to talk about this a little bit more. I mean, I think we're a step ahead between town and Howe even having an MOU, which there's a lot of organizations that we have longstanding relationships with that don't have that. But I would totally agree. I've seen this specific thing with maintenance versus capital in a lot of contracts, and there's a few things that everybody would agree are in either category, and then a lot of stuff that's like the Venn diagram has a lot of overlap. So we're hoping to start the conversations at least to try and figure out where to go from here and what the options are, at least as far as this for the how. And certainly I guess the bias that I'm going to bring into the table there is just generally anything that's not a urgent facility upgrade to hold off on until we've done the facility review for all the buildings, so that we can, so that you all can make decisions about how to allocate capital, understanding how much stuff is actually needs to be budgeted. Whereas right now, we might say, you know what, there's not a lot going on, you know, with building repairs, and we, you know, say let's do it, and then we do a facility analysis, and it shows that within 3 years we have to spend $8 million on time. I'm sure that's probably not the right number, but you know, some huge number in a short period of time, and we just committed to another project. So anything that we can do to push that decision off, or push the actual work off, if it doesn't deteriorate the building, which is something I'm a little unclear about personally.
We've been repairing it to keep it in its current state for better part of 5 years. So I don't see it any worse than it was last year. We just have to keep doing what we've been doing. We can't keep doing that forever. It's becoming more and more of an issue around windows, where eventually the windows will fail and this becomes more catastrophic. We're not there yet.
Right.
It's not like the power feed here, where the lights might go out and they may not come back on.
Right.
And that was what we weren't sure when
we consider urgent.
That was pretty urgent. It's not there yet, but if we hold off any longer, it will be there.
Right.
We've held off 5 years already, so.
Thank you, Pete.
We're trying.
That's very helpful. John, this has been wonderful, and the efforts are phenomenal and monumental. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And if there's any other questions you have, please feel free to reach out to the committee. You've got a lot of representatives ready at your
disposal.
ready at your elbow, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
And so our agenda is next to discuss with the trustees of the trust fund, and then we're going to talk about the overall budget. I think we should, after we should take a little break after
Sally speaks.
Yeah, Sally and Kari.
I'm gonna be very quick, so.
Great, Sally, thank you.
We'll let John slip away. We have a quorum, I don't know, there wasn't publicly noticed. A quorum of the trustees of trust funds.
We did have the finance committee notice.
Cookie here.
Ah, looks good. One of that kind.
There's more of them.
You have to take some with you, because it's a lot.
Sally, would you like me to pass these around?
Sure,
Okay.
absolutely.
Can I help? Oh, sure.
Yeah, compared to what I'm listening to, I think we're gonna be real simple.
Yes. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
You got it. Okay, thank you.
You want some extras?
I have lots. I'll take one more.
Sally, would you be able to introduce yourself and the committee?
So I'm Sally Boyle. I am the new chair of the committee here. The last guy are some pretty big shoes to fill, so go easy on me here. This is Kari.
We've met Kari.
Yeah. And then Jay Pearson is our third member, and he's not here tonight. But I did want to take the opportunity to thank him publicly for his work on this committee. He's chosen not to rerun, and I personally am going to miss him. I think we're all going to miss him. He's just been on this committee longer than I have been, and a great addition in terms of institutional wisdom. So I just wanted to thank him publicly for the work that he's done.
And Jay has done so much work for the town in so many different categories.
And on this committee, right?
Yep,
And
it's
just an infinite number of places. He's just such
a true giant.
generous, community member. So yeah, so I wanted to say thank you to him. But we have a very brief presentation today. It's just we're going to review our roles and responsibilities. I think you all are familiar with them, but we thought in case there were community members that we needed to review them. We're going to talk about the current fund balances, what we have responsibility for, what our relationship is to them. And then we're going to close with the current status of the Brissette Fund. I think that's the big part of our conversation in terms of the year-to-date investments and what our recommendation is going to be. And then we'll just leave it for questions, comments, anything that you'd like to add to this. So again, just to review our roles and responsibilities, you know that our job is custodians, really, of different funds that the town operates. The town's perpetual care funds, there's some charitable funds, private donations, endowments, and then the capital reserve and expendable funds. That's our job to be stewards of those. We have a fiduciary relationship with those trust funds that we manage. Those that, and we make a decision that whatever is being recommended or the expenditures conform to the intention of the donors. And then we have the responsibility to release capital for the capital reserve funds for the appropriate government officials. So that's really an overview, a very high level overview of what our role and responsibility is. We are guided by the state of New Hampshire statutes in terms of how we approach the work. And then we also have the responsibility to custody the investments, to manage the investment policy, to determine what income is available for a variety of, and that's different depending upon the nature of the underlying funds. And make sure that all deposits and withdrawals are in accordance with the donor intention if we're looking at trust funds. We adopt an investment policy statement once a year, and we submit that to the state. So to really summarize, our job is to invest the funds prudently, depending upon the underlying assets or the underlying distributions, to be a watchdog for the ins and outs of the funds, to adopt that investment policy annually, and just to submit the annual fund reporting to the state. And that's really our roles. As we look at the assets, we've got some values here. Thank you, Ellen. And as we look at each one of these, the common trust funds are perpetual funds. We've got a gazillion of them, I think.
I believe 267.
Wow.
Exactly, so they're just very, very small things. But we do invest them with a total return intention. Because they are perpetual funds, and then Alan's job is to keep track of most of them. The capital reserve funds, again, are expendable funds, and so we use very short-term underlying investments, the New Hampshire PDIP, which is essentially a money market fund, and the same for the land and the capital improvement funds. We do have some restricted purpose funds. The Brissette is one where, again, our fiduciary responsibility is to that trust document and what they determined is important to them in the use of those funds. The Brissette Fund is one that we operate outside of the New Hampshire guidelines as opposed to the Bridgman Trust Fund. The Bridgman Trust Fund was originally established as an expendable fund, and the school board made the decision to treat it like an endowment back, I think, in 2002. So we do invest it that way on a total return basis, but the New Hampshire statutes tell us that that type of endowment, we can only distribute income, and so we treat it that way. As opposed to the Brissette Fund, the document tells us that we can distribute up to 5%. So we treat it as a total return fund, and we can distribute more than income and do distribute more than income. So that's a distinction of two trust funds, private funds that we manage, But the donor's intent, it really trumps even the New Hampshire statutes. And so then we have some other miscellaneous restricted funds. But again, that's how we approach both the investment and the distribution of those different funds. When we look at the Brissette Fund, we know last year we were looking at a pretty dim year in terms of return, right? So 12/31/2022, we had about $5,149,000 in terms of total dollar value. And we really realized that we had lost about 16% that year. 2022 was nowhere to hide kind of investment year. But we've had a pretty good year this year. Year-to-date return has been 15.5%. So when we looked at the fund balance 12/31/2023, it was 5,781 and some change. Now, we agreed with you all last year that we were going to look at the values. Originally, we were looking at the values June 30th, more of a fiscal year approach. But we realized that it made better sense and we did this in agreement with you all, that it made better sense for us to look at 12/31 closer to your budgeting year. So that's why we did use 12/31. And so we were looking at a gain this year of 632,049, which looks pretty good. Although we suggest that we look at this with the cautionary tale, because when we look at the return since inception, it's only it is 6.33%, but it gives you a frame of reference as to the 15.5. Good relative to our benchmark. Our benchmark is 60% in the All Cap World Index and 40% in the Barclays Aggregate Bond Index. So we're doing better than that, but our target really is to generate a rate of return that preserves the purchasing power of the fund. So we have to look at inflation as well as our distribution. So and that's the challenge right now. Inflation is still approaching 4%. And so we look at inflation plus the distribution. And so while we're happy with the 15.5%, we do caution that what's a better thing to look at is our return since inception. And this is since inception with our current money manager, who is Mass going well. To put some numbers to this, we did, you'll see that we're going to recommend a 4% distribution. It's one of the things, again, we talked with you all about last year. We know that the Brissette Fund allows for up to 5%, but I think we made the decision together, and 2022 helped us with that, that a 4% distribution rate is more sustainable. And when we think about that, we're thinking about a 4% distribution rate plus our inflation rate is, if we look at it today, that's about 8%. And so again, that's why we're cautionary in terms of after a good year to say, it's okay, but let's compare it to our 5-year average rate of return, because we think that smooths out the volatility. So when we look at this, we're saying that, we're suggesting that we could distribute $231,253. We can probably round that up or down, $5 or $7. And if we do that, and compare it to our adjusted book value as of December 2023, the inflation adjusted book value is $5,262,781. So we do have a $287,000 cushion beyond this distribution. And we were pretty happy with the 231 because it allows us to fund the intended for Campion Rink, which was already budgeted into 2024, and then some discretionary money over and above that. So our recommendations are a distribution of 4%, $231,253. We think that is prudent. We've had a good market recovery. It leaves us a little bit of a cushion beyond that. And we do know, and I think we talked about this last year, that if we smaller distributions lead to larger distributions in the long run, and so that's part of the intention as well. I also wanted to thank you all for the communication between us that has gone on. I want to thank Joanna for coming to our meetings and giving us input and allowing us to develop what I think is going to be, you know, a smoother process going forward in terms of identifying projects and making decisions. You sharing with us and us sharing with you our thoughts about conformance to the trust. So I did want to say thanks for that as well. Any questions?
Sally, thank you very much. That's thorough, and we need to do this more frequently, or at least continue regularly.
We
Yes.
would communicate anything.
Getting back to the last thing that you said, or prior to almost the last thing, what is our accepted process for figuring out what is, we have an idea, what do we do with that process?
So, and we're working the details out on this. We feel that the origination of projects, is that your question?
Yes.
It is yours. And we are developing with Joanna an application process that you're going to ask programs exactly the details that we need to best understand whether it conforms to the terms of the trust. The trust is really just limiting in terms of no bricks and mortar projects and programs of benefit. And so once you originate ones that you think work best from your perspective, I think you'll have the answers that we need to, and in fact you may screen because you do know what we need to look at. This has been an education for us, frankly. Projects that we said yes to originally, council told us this year we probably shouldn't have, so we're learning as we go along here, but I do think we have a better idea of what conforms to the trust, and I think your application process will screen that. You'll come to us, we'll, you know, suggest, maybe suggestions, maybe nothing. You know, again, I think the more we screen properly, the more likely it is that we'll have a process that the programs you identify. At the end of every year, we're going to do exactly what we did now. We're going to take a look at where the fund values are and try to make a recommendation to you at this time of the year as to what we think are distributions. But we think the identification of programs is going to be smoother and our communications back and forth. Because as soon as you identify it, then Ellen will bring it to us in our meetings and we'll talk about it. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much, Sally. Word.
Thank you.
Well, that was easy.
Thank you. Thanks so much for coming in,
Sally.
really, and all the work.
All righty.
I've learned a lot about things I didn't know anything about. It's the early morning education, 7:30.
Yeah, we get you before you wake up, 7:30.
Pretty much kills me.
Is it reasonable to take a really quick break?
It is very reasonable.
Great. Nick, we're going to take a really quick break.
There's the one thing.
Are we on now? All right, we're on, everybody.
Plan maybe around 11:30.
Gotta behave.
8:30,
That's good. It was a really,
good session.
Alex and Ellen, I think we organized a really, we meaning you, organized a really nice process. So that's much appreciated.
Don't jinx it, we've got 1 or 2 sections left.
They're minor ones. It's just talking about.
Yeah, but they're the ones where I'm doing a lot of talking, so.
They're really minor.
We're just,
A lot of it we've covered, yeah.
we're just building up something.
Right.
Maybe this would be it. Kari, did you want to pick up those points from yesterday?
Yes, thank you.
I promised Kari yesterday, if you don't mind flipping back.
Just today too, it does feel like we're going.
Do you want stuff up there, or you got your?
No, at least I don't need that.
This is the select board,
We
budget and.
skipped over select board and it was related. Yours and the town manager spreadsheets are a little bit interrelated. And in particular, as we just were talking about trust funds, both budgets seem to reflect having trust funds, which I think mean primarily Brissette, in both the revenues and the appropriations for both the town manager and the select board. And I think that is where some of the confusion came in the past, where we double counted the revenues. And I was wondering if we could decide, I mean, where is it supposed to reside? And then, of course, now that you've had the report from the chair of the trustees, where it shows for the recommendation for 25 is $0. You now know that it's
131.
131. So that might be a change, and the question would be, you know, which spreadsheet do you want to put it on?
Kari, can I ask where you're seeing multiple entries in the 25 budget?
Okay. So let's see. So under the select board, it says SB transfer in from trust funds, and that would appear to me, and that is the fourth revenue line.
It's
down.
That's 0 for 25.
Pardon me?
It's 0 for 25.
Right, and I was just saying that maybe, you know, you would want to, I'm imagining, put in a number. And then on the town manager report, I'm trying to think, there is at this time one revenue section up front, and the 7th line down under muni property leases, transfer from trust funds. That is also 0, but it's there. And I just wanted to say that we should have it one place or the other. And then similarly for the expenditures, I believe that line exists in both budgets. And I have to say, so also on the select board, if you get down at the end of the expenses, there's the one line that says Select Board Miscellaneous Programs, and that appears to have been the Brissette line in the past, but it's not very descriptive and doesn't match what the revenues is. And then the next one on Select Board is Special Town Projects, and that appears to be items from the undesignated fund balance. So again, just looking at the account names, it's very easy to get confused about what is what. And then specifically on the town managers, we see, in addition to transfer from trust funds, the fourth revenue down is miscellaneous income, $50,000, and I know last year we had a placeholder of $50,000 for increase in fees and rates. And I know that you were thinking of tackling that again this year, but I didn't know if it was to the same $50,000 or if that line has now morphed into something else. So basically my concern here is just there are a number of lines and they're significant enough amounts
that, that we need to be clear, I mean, is that to adjust rates and fees, or are you doing something else?
right,
And
I got more.
then we had the contingency fund that passed, and I can't find that anywhere in the budget, but that was $25, so I am wondering if that is under the town manager's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, ninth expense item where it says town manager miscellaneous expense, if that actually means contingency fund, which is very different than, but it's $25,000, and I can't find it anyplace else. And then last year, the town manager had 3 line items: downtown activities, 15,000, public info and engagement, 10,000, one-time projects, and initiatives, 15,000. And I am thinking that that is the town manager miscellaneous programs.
Karen?
Yes.
I'm glad we did this tonight, not last night, first of all.
Well, I mean,
No, hold on, wait one second. Maybe you and Ellen can sit down, since I have no idea, I didn't follow any of that.
Yes.
And we can get this straightened out?
And that would be great, and Ellen has been very busy, and I haven't
I know she
really had
has, and I don't want to
access her.
overburden Ellen.
But I guess then the point where the select board does come in is whether or not, you know, if, again, in undesignated fund balance, we have, you know, 50,000 there,
Understood.
and 30 there, and 20
Understood.
there, and 25 there, and not to really know what this 50,000 is going to go forward. How was it used in this past year? You know, there just needs to be some explanation, some transparency about what this money was used for and what it is planned to be used for in the coming year. And is that the highest and best use of that $50,000? Is the question. And I don't know when we want to discuss that.
Ellen?
Yes.
Is that a reasonable approach?
Yeah, absolutely, I think it would be great. I think probably one thing we could discuss, and I do have an opinion, but as far as the Brissette, given that it is at the select board's discretion to suggest projects, I believe that any reference to the Brissette and the trust fund should come out of the town manager budget, and it should stay in the select board.
Yeah.
So I agree, it did create tremendous confusion in the 23 budget. And then I can give you the breakdown of what's in you know, the contingency and the other pieces. Okay. So I can build that up for you and send that to you.
And Athos, I do want you to know that I have conveyed this information via email starting about a year ago, and we still see it the way it is. Mm-hmm. So it's not that I haven't tried another method.
So, Ellen?
Yes.
When it comes to the select, and I'm looking at this enormous, awesome spreadsheet that you put together, the select board appropriations, is that what we're, not appropriations, revenue. We're, instead of having you know, the cable TV franchise, $100,000 as income revenue, we would also add another line that said just Brissette funds. So that's crystal clear.
Correct. So, actually, and it is on. Well, true. I mean, it says select board transfers in from trust funds. So I could either rename that account. Yeah, but that is the Brissette fund. But yes, so we would, based on Sally's and the trustees' recommendation, I would be changing that budget to have the $131,000 of revenue, and then the exact offsetting in the expense.
Yeah. And that's and in terms of for the budget, if we don't have a project, I imagine we can find one here. But if we don't have one by July 1, as long as it's in there to spend, we could potentially spend it next year.
Right. But then
they don't have.
It would lapse on June 30th
of 2025.
Right.
No. So what I'm saying is, we would put in the budget as a revenue, 131, we would have the town approve spending 131. We just may not actually have a project till November. Lots of turkey for all. And that's not bricks and mortar because it just goes right through.
That's right. Yes.
Thank you, Gary.
Okay, good.
Alex, take it away.
Okay, so we're going to kind of move into doing some kind of review and overviews of a couple different pieces of the budget. I'm going to try and move kind of quickly, so if there's something that I'm going too fast, please just jump in and we'll talk more about it. All right, so the first part of this section is talking a little bit about the undesignated fund balance. There's a little graphic from the New Hampshire Municipal Association, a little hard to see up there, but basically this is the difference between assets and liabilities, of course, as we know, which results in a surplus or deficit. So we have a fund balance policy in place, and basically if revenue estimates are conservative, which ours usually are, and if spending is tightly managed and there's not unexpected costs, so if a couple conditions are met, it can be healthy to have some amount of funds regenerate on an annual basis. If you are regenerating a huge percent of your budget on an annual basis, that's not necessarily a good thing. That might mean that you're way too conservative on your revenue predictions, or something else is not aligned correctly. But in theory, if you were to break even, down to the penny at the end of the year, I would, as someone managing a budget, would consider that a little close. If you're down to it. So they're, having a teeny bit of cushion, as long as everybody knows where it is and what the number is and all that, is not a bad thing if that's returned back each year. What we have in this budget this year, and what we'd like to do over the next several years, is we have a 10% reduction of fund balance usage from last year in this year's budget, and next year we'd like to reduce it by 10% again, and then 10% again, and then sort of step back and just sort of see where we're at, take a look at the policy again, and look at each of the fund balances. We'll have a couple more audits done by then. That is the sort of general idea, and we'll look at each of the different funds and the percentages in a little bit as well. For the general fund, these are the charges that we're proposing this year. So this is $51,000 less than last year. And of course, sort of moving off of the usage of fund balance, Kari's mentioned this a couple times, it can be kind of difficult. You get into sort of a rhythm a little bit. Even if they're one-time projects, it can become a bit of a crutch in your budgeting. So we have a few different projects that we're thinking about this year. And basically these are things that we don't expect to recur in the very near future, the next 5 or 10 years, say. They were things that to some degree are unanticipated and or are really high priority. And so overall, not a bad use of fund balance if you are in the proper sort of range where you have a little bit more than what you would like to have. Obviously, these things aren't appropriate if you are trying to catch up and build your kind of cushion back up a little bit. So that text is obviously way too small to read off the screen, but the town facility analysis we've talked about a few times over the last couple of days, right? This is $150,000 to do basically the level of detail that the How has done for that building for all the town buildings. The next is an electric fix to town hall that is really important, and Pete would be able to speak better to this than I can, although I was here when the issue was happening, which was some electrical equipment. There's a picture on the next slide.
Yeah, show the picture, it's cool.
Yeah, it's a little frightening if you can sort of see right up here. These are the wires supplying electricity to town hall, and this one, there's another one that's not pictured because I kind of zoomed in here, that are just all charred within this metal piece that I wish I knew what the name was. And that resulted in basically the voltage to the building dropping enough that the generator kicked on, and so we had power from the grid and power from the generator all coming into the building at the same time. That blew out a couple things down in IT and caused some other problems, and for people that are working here, there was sort of on and off power all day for a day or two. That unfortunately, like John Dolan mentioned before, that's the kind of thing that we would probably catch in a really thorough facility analysis that an architect and engineer have reviewed, but it's not. It's something that we really have to fix next year if we want to avoid risks to the building. The next $50,000 for public placemaking. I think I mentioned 2 or 3 different potential projects here. There's a couple different ways that we could spend this money, but the main idea of it is to do some more work outside of town hall. So last year, where we took the hedges out, we put the tables, and John Pepper gave us a couple chairs from the Goloco side. We planted some grass. That has taken quite nicely, and even yesterday, was that yesterday, the really warm day, all the tables out there were full again, like during lunchtime, which was really nice to see that. But we would like to landscape out there a little bit better. We'd like to probably put something down other than grass in parts of it, because it's actually kind of hard to maintain that. If you put tables down, it's very hard to mow around that, and if it gets muddy, it's kind of a mess. So there's more work that we want to do out there, but this $50,000 is basically to allow us to do some work, either there or on Allen Street and or in one of the other projects that I'll also talk about in a minute, which is the one across the street at Ledyard Park. So this $50,000 doesn't have to go to one of those, but the idea is that in the master plan, in all of our downtown meetings, there's been a pretty big identification of there's not really public gathering spaces in the downtown. And not really much other than the sustainability park, which is sort of limited for these sorts of gatherings that the town has control over. So that's $50,000 meant to work on one of those 3 projects or something similar to that. Next is fortunately a small expense, but a really important one, which is the Etna Library does not have any smoke or fire detection system. That is really concerning. And as soon as and the library director mentioned that to me, I forget when that came up, and I was like, okay, well, that's got to go in the budget for next year. So one of our most historic buildings should have that protection. Not a lot of money, fortunately, that ties it into our system so that if the alarm goes off, it'll show up and we can get out there if nobody's there. Next is $77,000 for police radios. We talked about this either yesterday or the day before for a minute, which is that there was $100,000 set aside in ARPA for these radios. The costing out was done several years ago. The prices have gone up a little bit, but the main change, which was about from $120,000 to about $177,000 or $180,000, which is the new generation of the radios. So we're 5 years in to a 15-year support cycle. So Motorola supports their equipment for up to 15 years. So we're already 5 years into the previous cycle. And so when I talked with folks at the police department about this, it's like, all right, are we gonna spend $100,000 or $120,000 on radios that are already 5 years out of date, or do we want to spend $170,000 or $180,000 on radios that give us 15 years and have some new features that would be helpful? So the request is that, again, that's a once every 15-year potentially purchase. And then the last piece is $8,000 for doing some access control upgrades in town hall. And so there's a couple things that we kind of need to do this fiscal year that will hopefully not cost much or blow up any of our building maintenance budgets. But this would also potentially include making it easier to get into the building after hours, where perhaps select board members would be assigned a key fob or a code that you would type in, so people don't have to throw rocks at my window, 5 minutes before the meeting if the door is locked. And so that's another thing that we've identified that should have been on a capital budget somewhere but wasn't. And we had a few issues in my office and the HR office where we had to investigate some concerns about people entering the offices without permission, and there's obviously a lot of sensitive information in those offices. And we did look into that, and we do have cameras, and it turned out that there wasn't something there, but it also turned out that these keys have been circulating for 15 years, and there's a million copies out there, and there shouldn't be those. So we want to rekey some doors in town hall, and then maybe look at making the access control to the outside a little easier. So anyway, those are the projects that we have proposed for this year. Again, $51,000 less than last year, and then we want to do the same thing for the next 2 years, and then sort of see where we're at. Oh, I'll say too, so I mentioned that, we all know the Etna Library, so the This is the drawings, if I can zoom, I can zoom in a little bit here. This has been worked on. There's a couple residents in Hanover who are architects, Chris Kennedy, Paul Simon, who've done a lot of work with the town, master plan and otherwise, who put a lot of their own professional, their firm's time in volunteering to put some drawings together.
That's wonderful.
Which is pretty cool. And what we've been talking about with them, and we don't have the details all the way worked out, these are all proposals at this point, but what we've been talking about with them is public access to this through a legal agreement that would give the town rights to that space to some degree. We might even look into who covers insurance and things like that. And obviously, if we're going to put a lot of money into that space, we would want to have clauses that either guarantee some perpetual use for the public or allow us to take certain equipment back or things like that, which, as I talked to our attorney about it a couple of weeks ago, is pretty standard fare for these sort of things. So,
and we have an agreement like that with Kendall, for example.
Yeah, and it's not that uncommon. I mean, and it's certainly something you want to be careful about, because if we're putting in a bunch of money in, the idea isn't to buy, a private property owner a bunch of stuff. The idea is that this is for the public. And I think they've been really generous in offering the space up and having conversations with us. They're under no obligation to do so. And we just sort of felt that kind of gravel alleyway could be of a better use. So we've got a stage down at the bottom end. We've got a couple different rows of stone benches for seating or something like that with grass. The sort of area to the bottom is a ramp that is at a gentle enough grade that you don't have to put any handrails up or anything, so it's a nice open space. All of those kind of square pieces that you see have actually already been donated by Dartmouth College from another project, and so we've got them stacked up somewhere. Maybe 100 or 150 of those brick concrete pavers. And then we've got some area set aside for tables and stuff out front, some vegetation, an area where you could pull a food truck into, or you could set up one or two more vendor locations, which is another thing that we've gotten sort of questions about, is from vendors who want to set up in the warmer months. And then that sort of area right in the middle there is a donation paver section, which I've done a lot of these before, and so have Chris and Paul, where to help if you want to fundraise for a project, to do donation pavers that allow people to put their names on and stuff like that. So the idea is that if we do, and the reason why we're sort of thinking about these things together, at least thinking about them together, not necessarily meaning we have to do them together, but if we're making improvements to the front of Town Hall, this is obviously right across the street from that. And so if we made improvements here and we made improvements there, and we're doing anything on Allen Street, we're starting to coalesce investment and activity in this sort of core right around the downtown. That would be helpful for us to sort of know if we are in the future, like next year or the year after, looking at doing a Main Street reconstruction project, if we have shifted attention or done things like, yeah, we really love having this public space right here, that might change in a year or two the way that you repave the street or build the sidewalks or where you put the parking. So they're all connected in conversation, but not all connected as far as you have to do one or the other. But those are the proposed fund balance charges for this year. So before I go on to ARPA stuff,
and where does that? I know I've seen it, but it was a couple days ago. Where does that leave that? The undesignated
general fund is at 15.67%. That's the last number I remember seeing.
Yes,
it was something. That's what I seem to recall.
I'm trying to see how good my memory is.
Yeah. So. Between 15 and 16%, so 15.61 projected at the end of 2025.
Great.
So happy to obviously answer more questions. That was a lot of stuff to throw out there, but I'll keep moving.
1 second, Alex. Go ahead, Karen. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Anybody else has? I have stuff.
Yeah, then you go first.
So in terms of, I think placemaking is really important. We had some money from ARPA that was set aside for placemaking this year, in this year's budget, 20, maybe 30,000?
Yeah.
It's pending, and I'm not sure what that means.
Some of that has gone out, and some of that is waiting to see what we do here, so we know how much there's.
Okay. And I think that the Allen Street stuff has been fun. I'm intrigued. I would like to have more data as to, shutting the street down in terms of what it will do to traffic flow, which might be fine, closing it off. I know you're proposing, it seems like proposing it as a potential pilot. I think part of, being, I think it would be great if we could have more than, I think, the planning board as well as kind of community engagement to see what beyond the retailers who obviously have a vested interest, but what do our community members feel about shutting down Allen Street, or how they feel about this poster. I don't know if it's been this, this package is the first time I've seen it, so I'm guessing no one else has seen it. So I think it would be good if we choose to use undesignated fund balance on this. I think framing it as you did as kind of a pilot makes more sense to me than if we're going to spend, I don't know, this Main Street reconstruction is going to be $10 million or more. Not to spend, $50,000 is a very small pilot amount of money. But I do think that should the board agree to allocate these funds, that there should be more public engagement and feedback from the broader community than just the downtown people.
Yeah, agreed. And we've got some plans to start, once we get kind of past the budget, to come back to the select board with some proposals related to all of this. We're just not quite there yet. So would agree that we want to engage the stakeholders as we go.
And especially the people on Allen Street in terms of not having through traffic going by, and which may be perfectly fine in their eyes.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag for different.
And I think a couple of people I've talked to, one person thinks it's amazing, the other person's like, no way. So I think it's going to be a mixed bag, as you said. And I think, if we can somehow ascertain the general consensus of the broader community, I think would be good.
And we did do, it's not a great cross-section, we did survey folks who came out to the Allen Street event.
Yeah,
but those are people who were already at the event.
They've already made, they've made their choice, and and.
But it was wide, it was universal, every single person said, please do more of these.
And I think, there's events, and then there's closing the street, and a lot of research out there, some places like Burlington, some parts of Church Street are really successful, and some parts are dead, and we can look to our neighbors in Lebanon and their closed street, right by Salt Hill and Sweet Tomatoes, one end of it is really successful, the other end is less successful. So I think that we have examples all over, that there's some good, some not so good things about shutting streets. So, and then I think I also saw that in terms of this public placemaking, I think there's other money. So ARPA, you've identified additional funds for 2026, and is that for events or is that for making places? Is that to augment this budget, or?
The ARPA money is not for events.
Okay.
If that helps. The ARPA money is for hard stuff, so like some planters and tables and stuff like that. Okay. So it's, Okay, so in addition to the undesignated funds, there's other ARPA, there's two years of ARPA to go to it. Okay.
Really quick comment about, street closings, was that I had thought that the original idea floated was that closing Allen only as far as the Main Street kitchen store, that this turnaround from the back of the town hall onto School Street remains, so Gilbert stands as an island where traffic can flow easily around it. Accurate?
Yeah, there's been no discussion other than, there's no discussion about going all the way down, just to the parking lot entrance to Town Hall.
And that would remain...
Not including the parking lot entrance.
That's correct. Not including the loading zone.
Right, stopping at Main Street Kitchen and stopping at the bus.
Yeah, and part of this, is also there. We've got a little bit of a delivery truck problem out back. I don't know if people have noticed this at different times.
The weirdest instance.
Yeah, well, right, well, yeah, yes, there's that too. Well, those aren't delivered. I think those are going the other direction. Well, maybe both. But there's times where if you come in at the wrong time in the department, there might be 5 or 6 trucks out there, and it's very difficult. It's only one car width wide. People are crossing everywhere. It's really not great pedestrian-wise. And so one of the things when Rob and I have been playing out a couple different ideas of where we could go here. And again, this is all early, and I think last year we were thinking, let's do the Allen Street event. We're like, this is great, let's close Allen Street. And we said, we're moving too fast. Yeah, and so why don't we do a pilot this summer where we close it for an extended period of time, obviously getting the buy-in of the right stakeholders, but do it for a couple months and see how that is before we suggest doing anything that might be more permanent than that. But one of the ideas that we have had, and we have not had time yet to sort of play this all out, but is if you think about closing Allen Street up to where that loading zone is, such that that's not passed through anymore, it is possible, and Rob and Pete and I went out and looked at this maybe a couple of weeks ago, to create a loading zone in that section of Allen Street, where basically a truck would come in from the other direction, pull into the parking lot, then back into where Allen Street closure, the barricades or planters would be. So the truck would be facing School Street and backing to Main Street. And you could fit 2 or 3 trucks there. And the idea is that could we actually make a better loading zone between certain hours that then gets those trucks out of the parking lot and off the streets. So there's like some interesting ideas, but we're still kind of early in thinking about what that looks like. And there's some temporary ideas and permanent ones, and there's a whole bunch of stuff, and we totally want to do some engagement there. But yeah, it's never thinking about going all the way down to School Street. Yeah.
Great.
All right. So
Oh, I'm sorry, Kari.
So for the minute taker, Kari Asmus, Finance Committee. I guess I would just, since there seem to be questions, I would just want to point out that undesignated fund balance is talking about 50,000 for placemaking. ARPA 24 had 20,000, ARPA 25 has 30,000. The CIPC, and I understand this is a slightly different angle, but just the 93,000 that isn't currently funded, and I don't know whether the undesignated fund balance could be used to help pay for that. I'm just saying that there's a lot of line items that are kind of related. The downtown and transportation mobility, 25,000 from the parking fund. Again, the town manager has 50,000 in miscellaneous programs. So again, there's just a lot of pots of money out there, and my two cents would be one, to make sure that it is a more public process in making these decisions than it has been to date. And to, I think when we were working on ARPA, that we didn't always have the time to make sure that the monies were going to be optimally spent because we needed to get them committed. But before we go any further, I think that it would build confidence if it looked like there was a plan between these different pots of money. And now going specifically to the undesignated fund balance, one of the things that strikes me about undesignated fund balance, and we haven't looked at it specifically, I was going to ask for the source documents for that top number, because we know that the MS 535s that it is supposed to come from, that those needed to be revised. And that number is usually a formula with 4 numbers. And if you look at the spreadsheet, there are 2 numbers that are added together. So I can't say that I can vouch that that top number is what it's supposed to be. So my request would be for the source document to double check that number. If you work through it, and it says that the Finance Committee was consulted, but I would say that we would never use P&L. We do not view year-end surplus as a profit or loss. So I there's that. We talked last year at this meeting about the inclusion of overlay and war credits, which under the previous administration, those weren't in there, and there's a reason why, but they are here. And then if you look at the denominator of the budget minus projects that were funded by things, that number is incorrect. I think that overall, if all those things are corrected, the number may be even better, but it kind of depends where we're starting. All I'm saying is, again, we're in a position tonight where I can't say that I have any confidence in the percent, but there is a possibility that it's even better than what it's being shown. So I would just really like to get that nailed down before the select board meets again, so that you can act on numbers that have that are reliable and have been verified. In terms of the proposals for the undesignated fund balance, one of the things that strikes me is that there's, the town facility analysis. We really don't know how many projects are going to be spawned off of that, and how, maybe some of the monies that are lower down, we really would like to, because the policy allows you to hold on to funds in excess of 15% for up to 3 years. Maybe it would make sense to not necessarily spend it down to the extent we are, but to save some of those so that we have seed money to fix whatever the analysis shows really needs to be fixed without necessarily putting a lot of pressure on the tax rate in that year, when maybe there's something else that we want to be done next year. By the way, is another year that we're going to hear from the New Hampshire retirement system. And we don't really know if that's going to be good news or bad news, but it'll be news. I guess I would look through these and say, yeah, electrical fix, we've got to do that. Placemaking, that might be great, but maybe if we find out that there's something like the electric that really needs to be fixed, we might say, darn, we wish we hadn't spent that money. Because one of the things about the undesignated fund balance right now, part of the reason why it's relatively healthy is because there was that $622,000 that was pushed out of the insurance refund fund that accumulated over many years. And so it's kind of a windfall. And my point would just be that I think we should use that windfall as prudently as possible, because hopefully that's not gonna happen a second time. One of the other places then that I would question the radios, as noted, you all approved $100,000 for the radios, and another $77,000 seems to be very prudent. What I would say though is that the capital reserve fund for police seemed to have $115,000, it said, for mobile radios in this year. So I think we're talking about the same radios. They are using $23,000 instead of $115,000 for another item that's otherwise in their budget. So their budget is a little lower. But that means that there is an amount of their capital reserve fund that is not being used that could pay for this $77,000, and it would not impact the tax rate, and it would be using the monies that were saved for that purpose, and then it would preserve the use of this $77,000 for maybe something that's identified in the analysis. So, I'm not trying to say that any of these things aren't worthy, that they shouldn't be considered, that they shouldn't have money spent on them. Again, my point is just that we need to use the resources that we have as optimally as possible. And again, the money that's in the capital reserve fund for the police, it can only be used for that sort of thing. The things that are in the general, the undesignated fund balance, unrestricted. So again, I just think we should look another year out and think about if this is really the optimal way to fund things, if there are other options.
Thanks, Kari. So we are moving to what? I'm sorry, I lost track.
ARPA, which I'll do really quick because it's of course not in the budget itself, but we gave an update to the finance committee a couple of weeks ago of just where each of the projects are. And so really that column should say like status as of FY25 or really as of today actually. But so some of the projects committed means the money has been legally committed, right? That's the sort of threshold that we're trying to cross. And the big projects, which is the road and sidewalk reconstruction, that is committed. That was like the big chunk of 500 something thousand. I should have put the numbers up there as well. I don't know why I didn't. And then you can see there's a couple projects that are pending, which we're working on right now. And then there's really just two that we haven't really started yet, as far as getting the money out the door. So we're happy to answer any questions about any of those. Yeah.
Is the public Wi-Fi access in downtown, is that the one we're working jointly with the college?
Yes, yeah.
So we have pretty much $1-for-$1 from each entity?
I would not, it would be a little premature to get into that level of detail, but I think that probably the way that we've discussed it is they're probably spending more, but it's hard to, we haven't gotten that far.
Thank you.
Yeah. But it's a major contribution from the college to make this project work.
And will the networks identify differently, or are they the same?
It's
no,
it's Wi-Fi.
It's Wi-Fi, so it's just juice.
It's not cell.
Okay, but typically when you get on Wi-Fi, you get onto a particular platform, right? It says Dartmouth Public.
What we're talking about with them would be a town network. So you'd go through a town splash screen.
Okay.
Yeah. But it's a public-private partnership, and what the main thing that we've talked about so far, which are all pretty early, is that they have fiber strands that are available for bandwidth. So which is a huge cost to install all of that, especially without tearing everything up.
Right.
So they've got some extra bandwidth that they're happy to allocate towards this, and then we put some Wi-Fi hotspots around and manage the network. So that's the sort of thing that we're looking at, something like that.
So when you're saying pending, does that mean we're waiting for, the feds to say, yes, this is a project?
No, we're just working on it. It's just not committed.
Okay, it just hasn't been done.
Correct, it hasn't been committed.
When it's committed,
hasn't
does
been
that mean?
spent.
No, because spending comes after committing it, but the committing is the threshold we need to cross, which is having legal agreements in place to purchase whatever the thing is. So a contract for a purchase that could happen 2 years from now would be committed, as long as you sign the contract and said next year we're going to buy this thing. So the spending would then happen when you actually do it, but the commitment is just the commitment to purchase the thing. That's the threshold of the ARPA funds for us.
So when we go back to like the placemaking thing, and I'm sorry, I just can't get this out of my craw. Do we have a cost estimate? I mean, is that what we're waiting for?
For what?
For doing the landscaping in front of the town, for building the park, for doing the work on Allen Street?
No, I mean, we can't do that work until we know we have money for it.
No.
Right.
Well, I'm just wondering if you have budget in here, and I'm just wondering how you got to that budget.
Those are estimates based on what we think we would need.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
But those are not worked out, not RFPs done. I mean, everything sort of moves through the process, and I showed the conceptual drawings for that space. Now the next step is getting a cost estimator to take those drawings, and we're just sort of walking through the process with each of these.
So what does it mean the status is committed for the road and sidewalk reconstruction? Does that mean a vendor is identified?
That's correct.
What roads is it for? Because it's kind of cut off and.
This is the Main Street Lebanon sidewalk that we've talked about.
No, I don't know which it is. Sorry, I was just wondering.
The Main Street Lebanon sidewalk that we've talked about here a couple times. That's what that project is.
So is it both on Main Street and on Lebanon? And is it just the sidewalks? And
it is just the sidewalk. This is just the concrete work.
I was under the impression that we were gonna CIPC plans
You are.
before it was, okay.
That's, impression is correct.
Okay, so if it's committed, does that mean that things can change still? Or
That's
like,
correct.
okay.
The contract was specifically done in a way to commit the funds early and allow us to still review the design plans.
All right.
So the money is committed. Again, the committed is an ARPA designation, right, that we're trying to cross.
So are we current in our, have we committed all the ARPA funds that we have?
No, we committed the ones that are committed and the other ones we're working on getting committed.
The pending ones and so forth.
Yep.
No, my question is, will we make it? We won't have.
Oh,
to,
yeah,
we won't have
the
to leave
deadline
any
is
federal dollars
December
on the
31st
table.
of this year.
This year, yeah.
So we've
and
got,
we'll have everything
and
done
we're just moving because,
those 8
and we haven't heard any inklings of this.
Yep.
And we did get our big chunk committed, so
Right.
it takes us off the list of being a huge sort of diamond in the night or something, the biggest,
Right.
uncommitted
Take our
ARPA funds
cards
in New
or
Hampshire.
Yep.
But we haven't heard any inklings of political stuff, where the federal government might want to take it back.
Okay.
The hope is that we might get some heads up if that's the case and then really rush.
Yeah.
But we're moving kind of as fast as we can without rushing them. But from a legal perspective, yeah, we have until the end of the calendar year to commit the funds.
Alex,
So we're in okay shape.
since we're defining terms, we know committed and pending is, what does prospective mean?
Prospective is earlier than pending.
Okay.
So pending is like we're working on that like right now. We've got some things identified. We might be getting quotes on things. There might be an RFP out. Prospective is we haven't really figured out exactly what we're doing with it. So those are the two that are just a little further down the road.
Okay.
And everything else is maybe I should have said in process versus pending. So those are all being worked on currently. Okay.
The records digitization, is that IT that's working on that, or who is?
That's mostly Tracy in the clerk's office. So this is IT is going to be involved in that as well. But yeah.
Okay, so Kari Osmus, Finance Committee, 18,000 hasn't been voted on yet to be spent, and I know I asked this before, but the select board didn't hear that I asked it, and I'm concerned, although my concern is a bit allayed, that if we're no longer going to be a target because we don't have a lot of uncommitted funds, but I would hate to even lose 18,000. So I was wondering what is the plan for determining what's going to happen with the last 18,000.
From a staff perspective, when we finish signing the union contracts and finish this budget, then we will take stock of where we're at. It's on the list, it's just not the highest priority right now. And come back, and as Kari mentioned, there's $18,000 that we know that was a little bit of a safety net if we wanted to do something different. And we may come back and say one of these prospective projects, we don't want to do it. We can make changes there. The select board can outside of the budget process. So there's no timing deadlines there. But I would say, in the next month-ish, we'll probably come back to the select board to talk about what we do with the rest of it.
We still have citizens, one very prominent one on the planning board, who doesn't have Wi-Fi, who is dialing up Wi-Fi from his home and editing major research papers from a dial-up study. And he has come to our select board on more than one occasion and said, if you have funds, the last mile of Wi-Fi in Hanover is still, it's unfortunate that in a community this affluent, we are still dialing up. So.
It is, and that's not something that the ARPA money can really, you might get a couple houses with the entire 1.2 million. It's really expensive to run that fiber. Because that was one of the ideas that we had talked about originally, maybe using some of the ARPA money for. And I'm gonna forget some of this because it's been a little while, but when we talked about this last year, basically there were sort of two different last mile issues. One of them was specifically a Comcast issue where they had cabled up to a certain point and then nothing, and then cabled up to a certain point and left like 4 houses in between that weren't connected, which it's hard to understand, perhaps unless you've been a customer of theirs. So that's one piece of it. It was just trying to kind of push them a little bit to finish that, and the other is I'm not going to get these details right because I don't remember them, but Corey, our IT director, took point on this, met with a bunch of other towns. There's a regional entity, there's some grant money from the state. They did GIS mapping of like all of either Grafton County or New Hampshire to identify the areas where there was a last mile issue that wasn't something like that. And then I could be wrong. I think we ended up going with Route 66, which is a fiber, based ISP in the area that basically applies sort of on the town's behalf for grant funds to do last mile work. And that was I'm not 100% sure it ended up being Route 66. It was one of the two fiber companies that wasn't Comcast. And they basically apply kind of on behalf of the town. And if they receive funds, then we would be able to work on last mile projects with them in town. So that was in process. And we're hoping we can get a couple of the houses. It's not that many, it's a couple dozen maybe, but it's still, they don't have a lot of options because the cell phone service isn't great from what I understand either. So it is definitely on Corey's to-do list. And the hope is that we get some grant money and we can do a little connection. And the hope is, I don't know if anybody knows anybody at Comcast, but if we can get those, that's kind of frustrating.
Alice, I forgot, what is the HOP Phase 2 work?
The HOP Phase 2 work, that was a sort of add-on. We ended up moving some money into that. We moved some money out of the road project to do this. This is the missing middle related, that Opticos report that was really wonderful that everybody circulated a couple months ago.
It's the housing Opticos.
Housing Opportunities Program.
Oh,
this was the grant the state had.
I'm like Hopkins Center. What is this?
Right.
Yeah.
It's the Housing Opportunities Program.
Yep.
And the state it was going to fund and then didn't fund the other phase.
And so this is the work that they just completed.
This is work, yeah, exactly.
The zoning draft, yeah.
So that one should say completed instead of committed, yeah.
Yeah, that was wonderful.
So that was that one. All right, so the other sort of thing in this category of things that kind of build up the budget, even though ARPA doesn't really, but it is related, is just the grand list. And so obviously we're all familiar with this. I don't really need to spend a lot of time here. One thing that I will mention is just when we look at some of this, we'll talk about this a little bit when we talk about the revenue planning. But basically, just so everybody's aware of the sort of numbers that the assessing department uses in estimating some of these things and thinking about it from our perspective is basically each bed that gets added in Hanover is about $120,000 at minimum. There are plenty of construction projects that is closer to $250,000 or more. As the building gets bigger, the value per bed goes down a little bit, and then so like a single family house, it's going to be a little bit of a greater value per bed. A larger apartment, less. But just to kind of put that in perspective, and again, we'll come back to this in a few slides. But if you take a $25 million building, that would generate somewhere between $100,000 and $120,000 to the town. So nearly $500,000 total of tax revenue. This is obviously a lot more complicated than that when we talk about redevelopment because you got to look at a lot of other factors. But just as far as the grand list getting built up every year, it's a $10 million increase that is shown, right? That's where we landed, $10 million increase in this year's budget. I think last year was 12.5, sometimes it's 8, sometimes it's 15, it's somewhere around there. And it's based on the assessing department's best estimate idea of where things are going to be. Based on what they're seeing, but also if they know that a large construction project is going to start, which is going to include a demolition, and that space is going to be vacant for a period of time, that actually reduces the value of the grant list. So there's not only additive things, but just so everybody's aware of some of those numbers, I think we can kind of keep going. So talking about some budget drivers, last year, this was the slide from last year where we talked about some of the budget drivers in last year's budget. And I'm going to come back to this in a minute, actually, but we said that it was about $975,000 in staffing costs, $100,000 or more in retirements, $125,000 in election expenses, parking fund sort of resolved, at least compared to what we thought it was. And then some of the inflation. So those are just some of the estimates that we made, some of the items that we identified in last year's budget. And then we have a 5-year, I don't know why this actually seems a lot out of order. So the top 12 Does anybody want me to run through those again, or does everybody remember those from the first day?
We recite them in our sleep.
Perfect. Excellent. So you downloaded my app where I read the top 12 budget things. And,
Just before bedtime.
It's a great bedtime. It's a great bedtime one. So these are all in the beginning of the presentation as well. We'll kind of skim through those. All right, so now this is a bit of a deep dive into the main budget driver, which is over $1 million. I think it's 1.1 across all of our funds, which is personnel and staffing cost. Sorry, that's an increase in last year, not the total, obviously. So about 2/3 of our budget is personnel. So what this next few slides are is a little bit of a discussion of some of the takeaways from the retention and recruitment study. So as we've gone throughout different departments, right, we sort of said day 3 is going to be where we talk about the sort of bigger picture stuff. So the select board, of course, has heard many of these things before because we've talked about them in non-public in relation to union negotiations for the last several months. And so this is a little bit of an overview of some of those things in this sort of project. So this is a brief history of the sort of study. So in 21-22, the town committed to a market salary update. That was done. There's $30,000 that was set aside, I think, in the prior budget year to when I came in. We did contract with a company to collect some market data. What we got back in the summer and fall of 2022 really didn't work. It didn't kind of meet our expectations for what we needed. And we decided to kind of give the across the board, COLA last year to employees, and then commit to doing a phase 2 that would be much more in-depth, that we would lead, and that would be really focused around employee feedback. So in the fall, winter, we surveyed staff. We got 75 responses back. If you all remember, we shared all of those with all of you. So we anonymized those responses and gave you a packet with the summary and every single response that we got from all the employees. And then we, in the fall and winter, we held a bunch of open meetings talking about this year's compensation that maybe about 30, maybe 35 employees total attended. Then the winter,
Is this in this?
No.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, these are updates from today.
Okay.
So I will post this, I actually meant to do it before we started today.
Yeah,
I will update that and send it out to you all.
It's just super hard for me to see it.
Understood,
So,
forgot to update that.
That's why he's reading it too, though.
I'm listening. I like both. I like the visual and audio. Yeah.
So we started our sort of retention recruitment study in the winter, spring of 23. In the summer, we brought on consultants from UMass Boston's Edward J. Collins Center for Public Management, who are still working with us on this. And then last year, we did the real sort of meat of the project, which was over 65 meetings with staff over a 6-month period of time, which was pretty intensive, comprehensive. We had a very high participation. I mean, some departments were nearly 100% throughout for 6 months. And so we got a lot of feedback from employees that was really helpful to think about where we need to go. And I think one of the things that was really nice about that process is just a confluence of factors. We were able to have some really honest conversations with employees, which creating the space for people to give that feedback is really hard to do. Then by the fall and winter, we started wrapping up the sort of study portion and the market data, started discussing with key stakeholders like department heads and the unions, as well as the select board. So that's just a little bit of the timeline of this project. So those are some of the folks that have been working on it. And then just got a little bit about the market data. So this market data was collected, some of it was built off of what was collected from the prior year, and some of it was added on. So there was 18 municipalities that were part of that, as well as a handful of private sector employers where it sort of made sense. So some departments don't really have private sector competitors, but some actually very much so. One of the ideas is that in the future, we've talked about doing this a little bit differently, where we might consider doing something like collecting much more thorough data from much fewer towns. So right now, the only thing that we sort of ask for is like base salary and number of hours. And obviously you could imagine there's hugely ranging how much the towns contribute to health insurance, all this sort of stuff is a big range. And so we'd really love to collect 15, 20, 25 data points from each town, pick a few towns like the city of Lebanon, who are really direct competitors as an employer, and then just use those on a regular basis.
So were you able to get the deep dive on the close competitors?
No, we did not collect that on anybody. So yeah. So that's something I would definitely recommend we want to do in the future, is identify what those things are that we're going to sort of track towards every year. What are the things that we want to measure ourselves against? Very basically, a couple broad strokes from the market data. One is that our pay ranges are very large for the step system that we have. The grades in the steps, there's 25 grades and 22 steps, is very numerous for an organization our size and somewhat arbitrary as well, especially how different departments are allowed to place employees on. There's different sort of guidance provided to different departments over the years, where certain departments have to start at step A, some don't. So that kind of came out there too. The maximum pay for a lot of our positions is very competitive, so the top end of our pay scales, if you get to that top step, but it does take potentially up to more than 20 years to get there, but that high end is very competitive. But as you move down the scale, it just gets less and less competitive, and I'll show a little bit in a second, where when you get to the bottom of the scale, it's really not competitive, and we're actually below the market. We're sometimes 10 or 15% below the market across the organization in our starting salaries. So what I mean by that, and I wish I had a little laser pointer or something, but if you can sort of see on this slide here, and this will obviously be easy when you have these in front of you on your computer or whatever, but just so you can see, it's just really easy to see visually. So these are just 3 positions I picked out from the fire department. The orange on the top is Hanover's pay range. So that's the starting salary and that's the ending salary.
Sorry, could you read those?
Sorry?
Could you read those out? Thanks.
Oh, the numbers?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, give me 1 second. So just the top row is Hanover's pay, starting and ending. The bottom row is, the blue is the median, and the green is the mean of the market data that we collected. So you've got Hanover here at $29.63 as a starting salary, and you've got the survey median as $32.29, and the survey mean starting salary is $33.76. So you can see in a position like that, we're $4 an hour, which is more than 10% below the market average for that position. This shape is very common throughout the market data study, which is that basically what this shape means is that our range is really big, our starting salary is not very competitive, and our ending salary is very competitive. Those are sort of the easy, simple conclusions to draw from that shape from this data. There's a few different things that I'll go through, try to go quickly. One is the needs and goals that were identified from all of that. 2 is the market updates and the sort of restructuring of the pay matrix. 3 is approaching cost of living a little bit differently going forward. 4 is a revamp of the merit-based, the step system. And 5 is beginning and overhaul of a bunch of kind of benefit and personnel policies. So the core takeaway here was that is for the town, one of the key goals was to rebuild trust among staff through fair and transparent policies that involve and invest in our staff and which help the town do a little catch up on compensation and benefits that have just fallen a little bit behind the market in a couple key areas, but especially on the lower end. We've got really passionate and dedicated high-performing employees, and we want them to feel supported by their employer. So that's kind of the driving goal of all this stuff kind of coming forward from here. Transparency was really important, that basically employees can understand the personnel policies, know how people get put in different pay areas, things like that. That was really important. Consistency and equity between departments, making sure that people are being treated fairly, that and that the rules are being applied fairly, things like that, really important. And making sure that in all the ways that we think and talk about this, that we want to talk about treating employees as assets, which obviously we all know that they are our greatest asset. So those are just some of the key values that inform some of the stuff that comes next. So the market competition, I mentioned a little bit about how those, what that kind of data visualization means. We've got 25 grades right now, which means that you've got employees who might be in a grade 11 or grade 12 or grade 13. It's really unclear what the difference between those grades are, right? The 25 grade, 22 step system is almost like a federal employment system where you go into a really large organization, and those ultra sort of formula-driven pay matrices typically use a weighting system that scores job descriptions and positions based on the language used in the job description, how many people they supervise, how much money is in the budget, do they have to work after hours? Are there, our tax assessor loves joking that there's no tax assessor emergencies in his department. But obviously some departments have emergencies and people have to be on call at night and come in. And so, the federal government or the GSA system schedule or things like that will have, a million steps and a million grades, but it's all basically automatically filled out. So if you apply for a job, your resume is getting run through some computer system, it's pulling out keywords in your resume, and you're saying, okay, you said you have demonstrated competence in strategic planning. That's 1 point over here. And then it places people on that system so that you have a complicated system, but everybody's placed in a way that sort of makes sense and is defensible. We don't do it that way here, and so that has created some confusion and concern among staff about how people get placed where. And so what we've been talking about is a system that basically categorizes jobs in similar levels of pay and sort of responsibilities into 8 or 9 or 10 different bands. Instead of having the 25 grades, the bands are just basically placeholders for where things get slotted based on where they are. They don't really determine anything. Whereas the grades determine where your salary would be. The step system that we have currently, we're talking about transition, I'll talk more about this on the next slide, to a sort of point-based system where employees would be able to earn points in 4 different categories. So one is longevity, which is your time working for the town. The other is performance, which would be an annual performance review. The next is, the word professional got cut out there, but professional development and education, and then health and wellness. And those were kind of the big key areas that were identified that as an employer that we were proposing that we'd like people investing time into and that we want to invest time into. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. One of the things I tried to do and could not get it done by tonight, but I wanted to map the change in commuting distances for employees over the last 5 years, because I think something that it's very clear from, and you all are, I'm sure, aware of this too, to some degree, but it's been a huge change. Maybe not in 5 years, but in 10 years or 20 years, right? And so that comes up, like when we talk to the fire department, for example, right? Their on-call schedule pays people $1 an hour to be on call. And that worked pretty well when all of the firefighters lived in Hanover, because then you could be on call at home and you could have dinner with your family while you're making $1 an hour and say, hey, not too bad. But if you live an hour away and you have to come to Hanover and buy dinner or do whatever, $1 an hour, you're basically working for $1 an hour at that point because you're sleeping in the firehouse because you can't go on a fire call from an hour away. So there's definitely a shift of people coming from further and farther away. I did think it was just kind of cool and thought, oh, sure, that's all of our employees put through, a little word cloud thing. So obviously we've got a lot of folks nearby. But there was a couple towns, there was a New York, there was a Massachusetts, there's a handful of employees who live more than 100 miles away. And I do want to map that out a little bit better because that is definitely, we've got a handful of employees that I know of who commute an hour or an hour and a half each way when they come to work. So that's just something that we want to definitely be aware of, and we're not the only employer in Hanover or the Upper Valley that's having some of these sort of issues.
Could you take Hanover, is that Hanover in that?
Yeah, that's that weird color.
You gotta change that color.
I know, it's terrible, yeah. It's a little better on the screen here, but.
Is it blinking or is
It's,
that just?
no,
that's your, yeah. That's your eyes.
I'm like, wait a minute, is, like, what's going on?
No,
I'm just drinking water.
Yeah, this is, yeah.
Wow.
It does.
Yeah, don't look at it too much.
Go Cornish.
So, yeah, there's a lot in Cornish. So I want to play around with that a little bit more because I just think it's sort of interesting where people are coming from and how that's changing over time. And again, especially for some departments, people being closer is important. And actually for our fire department and a couple others, they try to keep a ratio of people being within a certain distance to be able to come back for calls. But that is something that we're struggling with more and more right now.
Well, if you had been working here 50 years ago, you can live here.
So the next thing that I wanted to cover for a little bit is just the cost of living. And so, for better or for worse, the way our economy works in the U.S. is that if you're not growing, you're dying, really. And so this inflation reduces purchasing power over time. And the one thing I just wanted to mention here, because we all know this, is that it's just really easy to fall behind 1% a year over 15 years, not surprisingly, on a $100,000 salary means that that person's salary would be cut if you lose 1% every year by $14,000 over that 15-year period of time. So that's a pretty big number. That's a pretty big change, only with 1% a year that might not even barely be noticeable. And so the only point there is just that it's easy to lose track of those things in the long run. And what we have proposed in this year's budget going forward is not this year, but starting in FY26, is tracking our COLA increases for staff to the CPI New England. This was the number one request from all of our collective bargaining units, that this was a huge time suck every time the contracts were negotiated, and that the merit and the COLA got sort of mixed together. So this wouldn't have an unlimited ceiling, of course. We could never budget for that. And so what we have right now is a 0% floor and a 4% maximum. But the idea is to not really spend a lot of time on COLA going forward and just sort of say, we don't want wages to fall behind inflation. And the nice thing is that this is very similar to tax assessing. If you keep up more every year, then you don't have giant readjustments you have to do every 10 years. Right? If you don't assess properties for 10 years, you're going to have to do adjustments that are going to really throw things off. So the idea is to keep it a little bit closer as we go. It's one of the proposals here. So the next is looking at our merit-based system. So right now we have what we call our STEP system. Even though in writing it is supposed to be a merit-based system, it has not been used that way in maybe 10 or 15 years. So most of our departments, as we've talked about here, don't do performance reviews or anything like that. One or two do, and then there's some that sometimes do it elsewhere. But there's no town standards or process in place for that. So by splitting the COLA and the merit, the idea is that we would like to create a real merit-based system that requires that people have to be eligible for it and meet a eligibility criteria rather than being guaranteed to get it every year. And that's sort of part of the compromise of splitting the COLA and the merit-based. The main change that's just important to note here is that one of the other reasons why we fell behind a little bit on the lower end of our scale is that if you're applying a percent-based COLA every year and applying a percent-based merit increase, over time, higher paid employees are going to continue to gain over lower paid employees, right? So it creates inequity. So if you take two employees, what that chart shows is if you have two employees, one at $150,000 a year and one at $50,000 a year, they're $100,000 apart at year zero. 15 years later, if you get 2% a year, they're $134,000 apart. So that higher paid employee gained $34,000 of additional pay sort of unintentionally, because a merit-based increase is not necessarily something where you're trying to pay people 3 or 4 times more just because they make more money than other employees do. So that's part of the reason why the high end of the scale is really competitive and the low end of the scale is not very competitive. This would help address that a little bit by doing a flat rate step increase instead of a percent-based step increase. So what we've proposed in this budget is 75 cents an hour, which works out for employees who would make under or around $70,000 a year. It's a little more than 2%. And for employees who make over $70,000 a year, it'd be a little less than 2%. And obviously, the percent number goes down the more money you make. So the people at the highest end of the scale do not benefit the most from this proposal, but there is some general belief that investing a little more in the lower end of the scale is something that we do want to do, or certainly what we proposed this year. In FY25, we've proposed that every employee would continue to get their step as they have this year, but that in FY25, we put the performance and merit system in place. We get that all set up. That's going to take some months to do, get everybody trained, and then in FY26, we would start sort of running people through the point system to be eligible for their steps. We've also proposed, I don't think I mentioned it, we've also proposed removing the top step as well. So some of our longer serving employees, we have 19 employees at step V, which is our maximum step. Some of those employees are like your hardest working, longest serving employees who've been working in Hanover sometimes for more than 20, 25, 30 years, and they no longer get any merit-based increases. And that's not something that we heard a lot of complaints about that from employees, and from a management perspective, certainly agree that those are employees that at minimum should be able to be rewarded the same way that somebody who's been here for 5 years can, rather than removing that benefit from the people who've been here the longest. And so that is something that we proposed in this budget and is budgeted for. Working in municipal government, one of the things is usually not making the most money, but it's getting the best benefits. Hanover has a really great benefits package. However, it has fallen a little bit behind over the last few years or so. The labor market is super competitive right now, and there are a lot of towns offering some pretty compelling incentives. So we just need to update some of these things a little bit to kind of get us back on track to being more competitive market-wise. So this actual full health coverage is my bias, because I just don't think it makes a whole lot of sense why teeth aren't part of people's health insurance. But what we want to do is start to cover dental at the same rate, or about the same rate we cover health. That was one of the most widespread pieces of feedback that we've heard from employees is, why don't we get our dental paid for? You find plenty of towns that do, some that don't, but it's one of the areas where we've proposed to start doing that for 1/3 this year and then increase that over the future years. It's not a small expense to do that, and it does burden the budget in the future, but it's one of the benefits that prospective employees do look at when they're looking at town governments. We've got a little bit of an issue it's not worth spending a ton of time on, which is hourly employees who start with basically no time off, and that's created some issues. We talked about flex schedules a little bit. That's becoming more and more common. I was at a conference a couple months ago with some towns in New Hampshire and Maine, and somewhere like 20 or 25% of the towns were doing 4-day work weeks at this point, I was surprised at how many it was. That's something that we get questions about in our interviews. We did the summer hours, and we have now implemented flexible schedules. We've talked about that here a handful of times. It doesn't change the hours that any of the town services are available. It just allows within department heads discretion to allow someone, for example, if you have 2 employees in a department, one to take off a Monday and one to take off a Friday, so they get to have more flexible schedules, but the department remains at the same level of service with the same access to the public.
Quick question, does that individual work the same hours a week?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so that does not create additional dollar burden on the budget?
Correct.
Okay.
The only tricky part, and it's very minor, but just being honest to answer that question, is that if people are flexing off of days where there's a lot of holidays on those days, it's just a little tricky to make sure we're counting the hours right in those weeks.
Okay.
But there's no additional, the flex schedules doesn't cost anything by itself additional, and we haven't changed the hours available to the public.
That part I understand.
Right,
It's whether or not people were actually working fewer hours by working.
No. And it's actually funny, because one of the more interesting debates that I really wanted to spend time on, and just was one of those things that we didn't get to really think maybe in a few years when we do this again. But we had an interesting debate in one of our meetings where some employees said, I would forgo any raises for the next 5 years if you cut my hours a little bit every 5 years. And I was like, well, that's interesting. And it created some were like, whoa, I would totally do that. Some were like, absolutely not. I'll take as much as you can, I'll take as many hours as you can give me. Yeah. But it was interesting. It was like some people really felt one way and really felt the other way. I was like, I had no idea. We just did not have the time in this to think about that. But it's sort of an interesting idea. Yeah. Because that might be a way in the future to help stave off burdens that any of the staffing puts in the budget, which is doing things like that for employees who want it. And I think basically being creative in the future is going to be part of what we're all going to have to spend more and more time doing, because there's just fewer people coming into these jobs, a lot of competition for them. You've got towns offering $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 sign-ups for certain positions. I mean, it's really competitive right now, and it's so I think lots of creative ideas to be discussed in the future. One of the things that we did last year that was really popular was allowing people to sell paid time off, or really vacation time, if they have accrued a lot of vacation time. We've talked about this as a huge budget liability that we have. We paid $122,000 out last calendar year. So getting this out and basically allowing people to sell up to 20 hours of time is actually good. It's nice for the employees, but it's good for us because it starts getting some of these things kind of off the books.
They sell it back to us?
Yeah, basically, we pay them for the.
We buy it.
Yeah, we buy it, yeah.
Can you sell it to fellow employees?
Well, that's a whole other kind of rabbit hole.
Oh my God, what a nightmare.
Yeah, it's there have been programs in the past where you can donate things. It's kind of complicated.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You just asked me to think.
Or like a
outside the box.
marketplace, yeah, right.
Are we looking to cap?
We have a cap.
Okay.
And the cap was lowered for employees after I think 2011, but the cap is still high, yeah, it's still pretty high. That's not something we wanted to pick up this year. I think there's a better conversation to have about basically transferring. This is a bit of a let's not go. Basically, splitting retirement and PTO, because right now we basically use our unused PTO as our sort of retirement gift, or whatever you want to call it, and really splitting those up and making people use the PTO, but also providing a retirement benefit. Yeah. But it's all kind of mixed together anyway. That's a much bigger conversation. But it's a huge burden, and it's going to keep going up. That 122,000 from last year would expect to go up next year, because the more retirements happen, the more we're going to be paying those out. We expanded bereavement leave already this year a little bit. One of the things that we've been trying to do I think in Hanover generally, but also in our personnel policies, is not peg things to traditional family definitions if you don't need to. So we did make some updates there that were well received by employees. We were trying to fix some on-call pay, which only affects a few departments. We've got a few different uniform and clothes related issues where people had to buy uniforms, but then they had to pay for the embroidery. So there's not a huge cost to some of those things, but we fixed a couple of those things in the budget and the kind of plans this year. And then one of the last things that's worth mentioning that we added this year is midnight shift differentials. So this is for employees who have scheduled overnight shifts, like police dispatchers or police officers. There's growing evidence that shows that working like that for 3 months in a row, I'm sure Athos can. Absolutely. But there's growing evidence that that really places a physical and mental strain on people. So what we proposed in this year's budget is to start to pay people who have those shifts slightly more while they're working those shifts. So
we're getting close.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Well, we said right up there.
Yeah, we want our bonus now.
Yeah.
All right. So that's that.
Oh.
And let's see what the next. Yeah, then we'll get into sort of overviews related stuff.
Yeah.
So discussion on those. That was nicely presented. Thank you. We have seen that before in a slightly different form.
Right.
But it's wonderful to run through that again and talk about the goals. I don't have any particular questions, Barry.
Are we going to, I know we're meeting on March 18th, right?
Yes.
I didn't hear you. I just didn't hear you. What did you say?
So in terms of advancing are we going to be giving some guidance now with relative to?
Do you have one more presentation?
I do, and we talked about that a little earlier today, sort of what Ellen and I, we do have I think an idea about how to proceed.
Yeah, and Alex.
Do you want me to keep going and then do that?
Yeah, do the last thing.
Okay.
What is the last thing?
Sort of is it the last thing? It's the overview and then the forecasting. So I can try to, in the overview we can kind of run through because we've looked at a lot of these numbers.
Yeah.
So you want me to just sort of try to run through them?
I think everybody's read them very well, but it's a good, we've spent a lot of time on them, and so let's talk about the plan first. What do we? So you got one more presentation, and Carrie's question is quite pertinent to the time of night that it is. So Alan and Alex talked, and then I talked to Alex earlier today. In terms of where we're going, we have meetings on the 11th, which. And then we have a meeting on the 18th. The budget needs to be signed by.
We're safe budget-wise. The collective bargaining contracts have to be ratified or not by the 11th. The budget, we've got a few weeks beyond. Okay. But 18th is quite safe.
Carrie's shaking her head no.
Just one.
Town report deadline.
Yeah, right. Yes, we've got to do our own stuff, but the state deadline is a few weeks out.
When's the town report deadline, Carrie?
It has to be at the printer by April 19th.
Yep.
So depending on, and the warrant has to be in it.
So
pre-town meeting, public hearing has to be held.
Usually the first meeting in April.
So our two meetings in March are the, wait, we have one on the,
11 and 18.
I'm looking at April, 11 and 18. So what we had talked about was, what do you want to take care of, Alex? I'm getting tired.
I mean,
go ahead, Alex.
Basically, what we were thinking was it would be great to have a discussion meeting after this meeting, so that some of the things that we brought up throughout these, that we can like maybe pick 4 or 5 or 6 of them. Ellen and I can go back and do some work, take some of the questions that we've gotten, and that we would have one more meeting where we would pick those 4, 5, 6 things, spend 20 minutes or something on each of them, and make sure we actually talk about them to some degree, so we're not just sort of rushing through them. Make sure people feel good about, and then decide at the end of that discussion meeting what to then include in the budget that would come back in the next meeting that would be for voting on. So, and I think that certainly we'd love to. Next year, the schedule's got to be, I mean, it's so much better than last year still, but we'd love to meet with the finance committee earlier so we can have more time, so I don't have to make changes to the slides the next day, because there was like some really good feedback from the finance committee, and I wanted to do that before the select board saw it. But then also this stage of the process, like it'd be really nice to have an additional week between the 11th and 18th, but I also know people's schedules are a little funky in that time period. But we basically, from our perspective, we'd love to have a discussion meeting where we hit some of the points that people want to talk about, and then figure out, and then kind of give us the direction of what to include, and then come back with the final budget.
Right, this is very reminiscent of what we used to do in the old days, which is basically have sort of a, throughout the budget process, we listed things that we wanted to discuss on the last day. And we didn't do that through this process, but on the other hand, I think we all have, I wrote down a bunch of things which I would like to bring up for that last discussion meeting. And at that time, I think we can hammer things out, but we need to provide that to you too.
Right,
beforehand.
Yes.
So we have not, what we haven't done this year that we used to do is create that list. Right. So what one way to do that is for each of us to create our own lists and
pass them on to Alex.
Yeah, I guess we need to just send them to Alex, or send them to everybody, but not discuss it. Yeah.
And I guess we need to opine on the social services.
Yeah.
Yes, that's part of it.
Like that should be discussed.
That's
right.
A lot of that
right.
is, those are the 3 things I brought up.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we had that 4th night schedule that we took off, but
We're
then,
not doing it.
Right, no, I'm not suggesting, God, please, no, I am, trust me, I'm not suggesting that. But that, I think this idea of having this sort of presentation, then having a little bit of time, then a discussion, then a little bit of time, then the revised budget is kind of a nice.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I guess we're going to discuss this in more detail March 11th, but if there were a way, and I realize Kari raised some questions around the undesignated fund balance, but if there were a way, maybe I'm very conservative, but I'd love to see, that usage drop by 150,000. I mean, that would make me much more comfortable. I've already shared with you I'm having trouble sleeping at night. That would make me sleep better.
Right.
So think of that as an aim.
So I guess my question is, are we talking about topics now, or are we sort of planning out the next steps?
We need to, that's a topic.
That seems like a topic for the discussion.
So,
okay.
So create a list, Carrie.
Okay.
Which I don't think you're having trouble with knowing.
No, I'm not having trouble.
Methodical
Yeah,
mind.
I'm just guessing. I guess I'm kind of sharing. Maybe I'm oversharing. So I'll send it to you.
Yeah, and I think it's fine if people want to send it to everybody, as long as people don't talk about the stuff. And then of course we'll put everybody's together. And respond.
So are we? You mentioned the 11th. I was assuming we were doing that on the 18th. At the 11th, we have.
Well,
do we have 11th. We have the.
I think given that most of the budget will likely be impacted by what we discussed on the 11th, we may need to address concerns prior to that, or on the 11th.
Sure. We could use
I don't
both
know.
of the days.
I mean to speak for you.
We could use both of the days.
I think use both days. I mean, maybe take a crack at it. There's a lot of moving pieces here between Brissette and maybe $18,000 of ARPA money and some other things that can maybe be moved around. So I think there's probably some things for you guys to think about on the back of this too.
So are we tracking towards having a conversation about those things on the 11th?
I think that's what I'm saying. Like make a decision on the 18th. Yeah. That'll work.
Certainly works for us. It's a little tight. I mean, I think but it's okay. Ideal world, we'd have another week between the two, but but I don't think that's possible.
Now, you're gone, right? Who's gone?
18 and 25. Can we meet on 18 and 25?
Wait, Nancy, are you gone?
You
Then I
need
can't-
to be there for the
Yes,
11th, right?
I'm sorry, 11 and 25.
11 and 25.
I'll miss both, but you know, that's okay.
No, I'm asking 18, I'm sorry, I'm tired too. Meeting 18. Yes, my question is, can we not do the 11th, meet on the 18th and meet on the 25th?
So the only tricky part there is we have to do the collective bargaining units on the 11th.
I'm out of order.
Because that's due to the state on the 12th.
Yep, I apologize. I forgot.
So that's a tough one.
But we
could
move to the 25th.
Second meeting.
I thought there was a state deadline that was contingent on March 18th.
No.
No, there's
the
the cost items for the collective bargaining units, which is the 12th, and then I'll double check right now, but it's not for another few weeks.
I don't have any care either way. What's best?
I have to do a presentation in Cambridge on
The 25th?
I'm out Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday that week.
Oh, the 25th, 26th, 27th?
So, I mean, I could.
Does the 18th work?
Or
18th.
Unfortunately, it's not England, it's
18th
just
is fine.
Boston.
Okay.
But thanks for thinking boldly for me, because I'd like to go to Cambridge.
Well, let's just keep it as planned unless.
Yeah.
And if you really have to punt, I mean, I can try to, I could call in potentially on the 25th.
Also, let me go back. So I was told it was March 12th, but actually that is not what I see on the NHMA website.
It's April for the collective bargaining.
Yeah,
We've never
that's
had to
really
do it
weird.
before. We've never had to sign stuff before we approve the whole budget.
Well, why don't?
Let me go back to Matt Upton and ask him. Because if
April 11th.
I mean if that's
It might be when it expires for our particular, because of when they signed it the last time.
No, I mean that goes to the end of the fiscal year.
Oh.
But this was in some meeting. Somebody threw out the March 12th, and everybody seemed to agree. That's what it looks like here. Yeah, which actually.
Right.
So
ask Matt.
so maybe we'll go back and look at the dates and come back to you all over email about what to do, with the idea that we want to have a discussion meeting, and that we would need a week or two between when we get all the questions.
It sounds like you want two.
2 meetings.
No, 2 weeks.
Ideally, yeah. Before each meeting, so between the feedback from these meetings and then the first discussion, and then between the discussion and then the next budget.
Okay.
Well, thinking that we had meetings on the 11th and the 18th, and then that was our deadline.
Right.
I scheduled to be out on the 25th.
Okay,
So that's just me, but.
I mean,
so we may keep
do
it.
we have to do Monday? I mean, if you want,
No.
could we do Thursday of the week of the 18th? And that would give you, sorry.
No,
No, I was
hold
just trying to give these guys a little extra time.
Thursday, the week of the 25th, you mean?
No. I mean,
Look, why don't we? This is. We can talk about scheduling over email. So
we've all been. Yeah. I'm happy to try to do this over. We can think a little bit.
Yeah, think.
People want to. Yeah, we can try.
but it also doesn't have to be Monday.
It doesn't, though. I would defer to you all because these are public hearings about the budget, and if you feel comfortable doing it on it,
It's
the only one who's
we've
gonna be
we've
there
had
is
3
Kari.
nights of public hearing and we have our public right here.
Right.
It's gonna be that's the public right there, Kari.
What's your schedule, Kari?
All right. Do you want to? You've put a ton of work into this. It's very important. When you
you already
yes.
go in here and then we'll try to figure out the dates.
It's not tonight.
Right. Okay. All right. So I'm going to run through this quickly, especially this portion. Expenses. That's a pie chart. All right. This is a table. If you want to look at it, these are all of our funds: personnel, non-personnel, to capital reserves, from capital reserves, the balance of the accounts, the fund balances, and their percentages. This next 3 slides are just general fund broken down by department. So the difference between the S&W personnel, the O&E non-personnel. I didn't update those labels in a few places. And this is the year over year. So this is by department in the general fund change from last year to this year. That's this slide, and the 3rd slide, if you want to check out any of those numbers.
And those would be the numbers from, many of the department slides with
Right.
the explanations on them. It's just a summary chart.
Yeah, exactly.
It's nice to have them together, thank you.
Yeah.
Then we do by fund, some year over year, so this is the overall changes by fund from FY24 to FY25. We break that down into personnel, non-personnel, and capital. Again, this is the same table. So all of those slides are just the tables that sort of break this all out. They're all in the slides and they're also all in the spreadsheet. So we've got a couple different revenue sources for our different funds. Some are tax supported, some are rate supported. And this is the breakdown of where revenues come from. It's a little hard to see up on the screen. Again, I'll post this before we leave tonight on the website and send it around. But there's also a table on the left that just shows the breakdown of revenue in the general fund from different sources. Do you want to walk through the next two, Ellen? The general and fire tax rate calculations?
Gosh, I can't even read
Can't see
those
those.
slides.
Yeah.
Maybe I
Well,
can
this
pull
is the
them up
same.
here.
This is the
Yeah.
same of whatever you have on your computer.
Yeah, I mean, really, the process that we use in going through, the tax rate calculations are, basically taking a look and breaking it down. Basically building up the budget. We've forced the difference in the general fund to balance the revenues and appropriations, and that becomes the tax burden that needs to be raised. And again, in order to calculate the percent change year over year, just taking a look at the tax rate that it takes to generate the revenue. I think a couple things that we look at again is that a 1% increase in the tax rate generates about $120,000 to our revenue. Again, our calculations this year do include an assumption for a $10 million net assessed value increase.
I remember when it was 50.
Yeah.
But I also remember when you could go to the movies for, what, 50 cents?
Right.
Go to the what?
Yes.
Come on.
Sorry.
And then really again, the blended rate comes from taking a look at the taxes that need to be raised to balance the fire fund. That's allocated to the 3 fire districts, and then basically Norm provides the net assessed value to me of the 3 fire districts, and it's just a straight calculation of what the rate needs to be to generate those revenues. And again, the fire fund this year, at least the way we have it calculated so far, you can see that the blended rates are in that same range that we've been talking about of the 7%. And for the fire fund this year, the budget at this point does not have any use of undesignated fund balance.
Thank you, Ellen.
Are we ever going to get rid of the different fire funds?
Yeah, we wanted to talk about that this year, and that's another one of the things, the fire and ambulance fund that just we couldn't do this year, and we would. It's a great discussion to have. I think there's a lot of good reasons.
Let's put that on our goals for the next year.
We'll start that earlier.
But there is the movement towards it when I asked about the cost of maintaining the hydrants being switched from the fire budget to water.
Yeah.
Right.
That is moving it in that direction because it's.
Except that goes to the
So
people on
hydrants
water.
that are being paid for by people who are in the hydrant district, which are really about the same people who are in the water district. And that it's the hydrants is the only difference between the, the in-town rate and the other ones. And if we can all agree that people who benefit from the hydrants continue to pay through the hydrants, but pay through it from the water department, then it makes the
Goes
very
away.
easy.
There's no need, right?
Then we all have the same rate anyway.
Right.
So progress is being made in that direction. And the question is whether you feel that it's really important to get fast or do it $22,000, at a pop or whatever. But you're moving in that direction with this budget.
Yeah, so hopefully that we'd love to talk about that for FY26 a little more. It would definitely help a few different ways. So last year's 5-year forecast is right here. We sort of talked a little bit about, and I'm going to run through these, but talk a little bit about some of these slides last year as well. This is sort of the status of a couple of these things. The item is on the left column. The other column is what we forecasted, or what we sort of predicted last year, and then the larger text, the last column to the right, is what sort of status is. So we were saying 1.5 million of additional staffing costs over these multiple years. That number is going to be higher than that. About more than 900,000 in the general fund in FY25. 300,000 in retirements over this period of time. Probably going to be a little bit more than that as well. Again, last year we paid out over $120,000 in 1 year. The election expenses probably not going to be as much as we thought, though it depends on what exactly you count. Basically, that includes the salaries of the additional FTE that we added. So once you back that out, the couple other items that are in there are new ballot machines, which might be around 30,000, and the new e-voting books, which might be around 20,000. We need to put some time and effort into recruiting some more volunteers to help with the elections, and then also just the total number of hours needed in this calendar year with 5 elections in the year. We also have a bit of an office space problem where we've got like 5 or 6 people in one office right now of our election officials, depending on the day. So we really do need to figure that out at some point as well. I don't really want to, I don't think a ton that we need to get into with the parking fund. We're moving in the right direction. Obviously, we're nowhere near as bad as we thought we were at that moment in time last year. We said that if we had 2% inflation over 5 years, that would mean that we would have to put $3 million into the budget by that 5th year that we don't have in the first year, just to keep up with 2% inflation. CPI is closer to 3%, so just keep that in mind. I'm not helping Carrie Callahan sleep with these numbers, but these are numbers that if we don't put them into the budget, right, we're sort of starting to undercut things and the value of the dollar. And then we don't have any estimates necessarily yet on new programs in the potential 5 years future. We have not put a ton. It's under $60,000 in the budget this year. Was the social senior services and homelessness, the conservation of grounds, transportation mobility, and sustainability. So we were able to do a lot of new stuff there by moving a few things around with not a ton of money. But of course, we still have millions of dollars that we don't know about yet for capital. So those are all big numbers coming in the future. This is just the sort of updated prediction for these numbers over the next 5 years. So I'm not going to read through all of these, but you can peruse them at your leisure. I recommend right before going to bed. So these are pretty basic forecasts, and there's expenses that we don't really know that we're already committed to. For example, that might, when I speak like that, what I mean is that means that we own a building, let's say, for example, and staff work in the building, but we don't know what the maintenance costs are for the next 10 years. So if we're going to continue to maintain a town hall, we're committed to the cost of maintaining the building, even if we don't know what those costs are. And so there's really 3 things to do, broad strokes wise, on these, and this is, that's a little hard to read up there, but basically, so one is to develop accurate needs, plans, and goals, and with a new master plan and a new select board goal setting process, I think we're well on our way to knowing what our goals are and what our needs are, so it's not arbitrary, it's not ad hoc, it's not reactive. The next is doing a full accounting of all of our existing and potential future large expenses, especially like capital. This just means get everything fleshed out, everything we could possibly think of. By getting the CIPC in place, we're also well on our way to starting to do that, which is really great. Then the third piece is evaluating and matching the future revenues to create a financing or funding plan, especially for capital. We've talked about this a little bit here. You heard that from CIPC. This is really, really important to do. It's not something a ton of towns do, but it's really, really valuable. And that's one of the things that we hope to really increase. Again, we've kind of done a lot on point 1. We've done a lot on point 2. Those are well on their way. And I think point 3 is the one that we need to get on its way in FY26, which is how do we think long-term about building revenue into the budget. I'm not going to spend a ton of time on these slides. These are the same as from last year, but they're really important to look at in thinking through really the 5 main ways to think about either paying for things in the future that you don't have or fixing a deficit. And the real big one, and I'll kind of skip through these, I'm not going to obviously read these out, is that these are the 3 biggest dials that we have to play with. You know, we talked a little bit earlier that, you know, we've never had a conversation, at least since I've been here, about eliminating services. However, there's a conversation to be had about, are these services the town should be providing versus other entities? Are there private entities? Like, there are good conversations to be had about that. And so it's not on this list of the 3 kind of primary strategies, but it's certainly a conversation we should be having, which is not only are we not providing things we want to be providing, but are we providing things we don't want to be providing? And we should be asking both of those questions. I would just probably word that differently so people don't think that we're like eliminating the police department or Parks and Rec or something like that, because that could sound bad, eliminating services. But really, raising non-tax revenue, right, we really need to do that to keep up with the cost of providing things that are rate-based, to keep up with that. So if we don't keep up with that, we end up shifting the burden of rate-based services to the taxpayers. So if someone's supposed to pay 100% of the cost of a building permit, but we don't keep the costs up, right, every year a little bit more of that gets put on the taxpayer. So we want to keep the rates and fees aligned with the things they're actually paying for so that we don't shift that, you know, unintentionally. Of course, raising taxes is part of the overall plan. Generally speaking, hopefully that's not a big number, and it's something that keeps Hanover, makes Hanover more affordable, which was clear goals identified in the master plan and by the select board in the goal setting workshop. And then of course the big dial is creating new taxpayers. And that is talking about building housing, talking about redevelopment, and looking at, you know, high density in the urban compact zone, and rural cluster development like at Mink Brook, where we're preserving a lot of land and building on a small parcel. And that these are probably, I mean, these are huge gross oversimplifications, but probably a lot of the development, housing or otherwise to be done in Hanover is probably going to fit in one of these categories, generally speaking. And so those are things that are identified in the master plan, fleshed out in great detail, and have a really positive potential impact on the budget. And so I'm not going to run through all of these. You know, there are, of course, risks and downsides and opportunities to adding new taxpayers and using that as a way to grow the budget. However, by doing growth in a smart way, you can minimize a lot of the concerns. And looking at the value per acre, which is something in the last few years people have done more and more of, which is, you know, thinking about if you know, build a department store on 20 acres of land because it's got a giant parking lot and all of that, you know, but they generate a lot of tax revenue compared to building an additional story on a downtown building that doesn't take any more additional footprint. That value per acre that you gain from the higher density one is, you know, astronomically greater than the other one. And so taking that into account is obviously really important. These are goals from the master plan that align with all of this here, which is that not only do we need to create more housing and do things like that, but we also need to build or not need to, but it is important to talk about the value of building in additional taxpayers into the budget, so the burden of the future expenses that we don't know about yet aren't all on people who already live here. These are 6 of the aspirations that the select board set from the goal setting workshop that we had in October. They're really nicely aligned with the master plan. I've mentioned this a few times, but it's worth saying here. Between most of our boards and committees and stakeholders in Hanover, there's a significant amount of alignment about where we want to go in the future, what the important values are that would drive any growth that we want to see. Just really, really good alignment and really good public engagement, especially on the master plan side. So all of that to say is just that forecasting in the future, we can do a little bit right now, but the real meat of that forecasting is going to come, I think, next year in building out a much more detailed revenue prediction model that we can use to match up to everything else. And that's it. And that is actually, believe it or not, it. So there's the, there we go, last slide. Oh, that's right. No, that's it. Okay.
A lot of information there, that's awesome.
Yeah, it strikes me what I like about what you covered there, it strikes me we spend a lot of time looking at any change from year to year, any new expense, like that's I think that makes sense. It's a way to identify what's changing, but there's just like this incredible scrutiny over any kind of new thing. And there's not maybe the same, we're used to other expenses.
Right.
And I think it's very important to start talking about the transitions. I mean, we are in the middle of a climate crisis. We're in the middle of a housing crisis. We're in the middle of an affordability crisis. And it's very important that we start thinking about our budget holistically to embrace these transitions.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed. And yeah.
All right, so next steps are as we
Scheduling.
described.
So we will share, and we'll try to get some dates from people.
We'll get dates.
Yeah. For 2 conversations. And I guess worst case scenario,
just leave it the way it is.
We have the 2 dates that we can use, right?
Exactly. That's
Which
what I
is
would do.
discussion on the 11th and then vote, and then vote, well, maybe not voting, collective bargaining contracts on the 11th. That would be really nice, another week or 2. But discussion on 11th and voting on the 18th is doable if we can't figure something else out.
That'll work.
Somebody can put their cell phone out and I can listen from.
We can definitely do that,
8 hours
yes.
Yeah, I won't be, the 11th will be, I'm like
You're back on the
traveling.
18th?
I'm back on the 18th.
Okay. So are you here on the 11th?
No, that's where.
Okay, so the other, we talked about this last week. Or last week meaning Monday.
I potentially can call in.
The 3 of us are here on the 11th, correct?
Okay.
Okay. And then we have a quorum and then they can call in if possible.
Everybody's here on the 18th.
Me.
And certainly I would offer, I've offered this, anytime anybody's gonna miss meetings, if Nancy or Joanna, you wanna talk to me and Ellen before that meeting, if you're not able to be here, we're obviously happy to do that.
I'd love to hear the discussion.
And we can do that too, yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for all your hard work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A lot of
Thank you for
good work.
Thank you.
Consideration and support of all of this.
It's been, I mean, the presentations were great. They really were. They're clear, manageable.
Well, I would say tonight was
So
verging on the.
we need a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn. Joanna adjourns.
I'll second that. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you, Scott. Thank you,
Good
Kari.
night, Scott. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Kari.
Thank you, Carrie. The cookies were awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it. Wait a minute. I wanna know.